Good afternoon, Tullahoma, and thanks so much for tuning in to our first ever Tullahoma Band Telethon event. Martin, why don't you tell them a little bit what they're going to hear today and about why we're having this event?
So today we're fundraising for the Tullahoma Band program. Specifically, we're looking at sponsorships to get these students back to Pearl Harbor, and we're going to feature events here live. We're going to have some pre-recorded shows, including our brass ensemble will be performing. We have our trumpet ensemble performing, clarinet ensemble, tuba euphonium ensemble, the trombone ensemble. We have our middle school brass ensemble, the flute ensemble, and even an alumni jazz combo will be performing for us. There's going to be pre-recorded videos. We got to interview a Pearl Harbor survivor, which there'll be more on that. We'll be visited by Mayor Lane Curlee as well as Representative Matheny. We have some videos, promotional videos that some parents of ours, the Bjorn family, created. You're going to want to tune in and check that out. Live donations from sponsors, various marching and concert performances, historic documentary of the USS Arizona, and a lot of other things, including an interview with our director of schools, Dan Lawson. So it's going to be a great day of events. We're really looking forward to showing what these students have been working on, as well as paying some tribute to the Pearl Harbor trip that we're going to be taking in 2017.
So as many of you may know, and some may not, back in 1991, the Tullahoma Band was the first civilian group invited to perform for the anniversary of the attack at Pearl Harbor. And the Tullahoma Band set the way for many band programs around the country and around the world to perform for that historic event. And they went for the 50th anniversary back in 91, and we are going back this year for the 75th anniversary. And we've got a great group of talented students that are going to be attending that trip. Some of them you will get to hear today. We would like to thank a few of our sponsors that helped make this event possible and just help our band program throughout the year and make things happen. And those sponsors are Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Live Well, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP,
IWS, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sign-O-Rama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and T-Shirt Spot. And we just can't thank those groups enough for supporting our program and supporting these kids and what they do as representatives of the Tullahoma community. Specifically today, we would like to thank some groups for helping us out making this event possible. Papa John's Pizzas, Gondola Pizzas, Chick-fil-A Chicken Tray, and EC Print and Design Printing Services.
So, we've been talking a lot, but let's get it over to some of the students because we've got some great ensembles and great live and pre-recorded performances for you guys to enjoy today. We're going to turn it over to our first group. This is a brass ensemble that consists of some great students of ours. We have Cooper Yoder, Sarah Kofelt, Blake White, Isabella Alameda, Tara Schmidt, Ryan Hill, Kayla Perdue, and Andrew Leone. And they're going to be performing for us the Star Spangled Banner to kick things off. And then we're going to turn it over to Anchors Away in tribute of a Claude Dean interview that will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. So here we go with our Star Spangled Banner.
group of young men and women performing some great tributes to our nation. We are going to now get to go to an interview that I was lucky enough to get to do this past, actually it was a week ago Sunday, with a gentleman that is a living hero. We found this gentleman through a couple of sources. When the band went 25 years ago to Pearl Harbor in 1991, they took a plaque, and that plaque was contained the names of survivors that were from Tennessee. It was a large plaque, and that plaque actually hung in the State Museum for a while, and now we've been able to locate one. And so that number, I'm not sure what the number was in 91, but now it's gone down to one, and he lives in Shelbyville, and he is, we think, 95 years old, and he is, he's very active. He is a gentleman who is, has done some great things and has some great stories to share. We were lucky that we got to know him and get to hear his story. So we're going to go to a live video recorded interview with Mr. Claude Dean. What did you do while you were in the Navy?
I was aboard a U.S. Helena when it burned Pearl Harbor.
And what was your duty? What was your responsibility on
I was a seaman first at that time.
Yes, sir.
I went in the Navy in 1940.
And where did you originally grow up?
In Lewisburg, Tennessee.
Oh, not too far away.
That's right.
Were you born and raised there?
Mm-hmm.
Born and raised there?
Yeah, I was born there. I was raised in Nashville. Well, see, I went in the Navy in 1940, March the 5th. Went through boot camp, 8 weeks of boot camp. And then I went aboard the first ship I was on, the aircraft carrier, the Ranger.
Okay.
So I stayed on that, and I got transferred off the Ranger to the Helena in 1940.
Okay.
And I guess I was in high water. I went in high water about the last part of 40 there, around November or December, best I remember.
Right. And you were there all the way up until December 7th? Did you stay past December 7th? How much longer were you there?
Well, we got hit there. Our forward engine room got knocked out. We finally got repaired there, and we went back to Mare Island there, California Navy Yard, and got repaired. And then we went back to sea. Well, before that, now we just went out on maneuvers, you know.
Right.
And we came in off of maneuvers there on a Friday. They tied up 10-10 dock. That's where the flagship was. But the flagship the day before pulled in dry dock, the Pennsylvania, the flagship. That's the reason we the first ship got hit, because it was after the flagship.
Right.
Where the Abner was. And we got hit then. The day we got hit now, I went down, had breakfast that morning. Came up, you know, and it was about, 7:55 when they attacked. First wave came over. And then I heard the general quarter thing go off. I went topside. I looked over at Fort Island was blazing, you know.
Really?
I said, hell, that must have been foreign rescue. So I started off the gangway. This Jap plane come around. And old machine gun, he just seen in there, yard workers out there and everything. And I seen all that them bullets hitting the ground. And I said, well, that must be. And so I went to my general quarters station, which was down the handling room, the 5-inch gun, the 6-inch gun. I was down there, I guess, about 20 minutes. Then they passed the word, all machine gunners come up top side. So I was one of the machine gunners. So I had to go up top side. And we got credit for knocking down 6 planes that day, the hell they did.
Really? How old were you at that time?
How old was I?
Yes, sir.
20.
So what happened after that, after the first wave and you were the 6th?
Well, they had 3 waves came over.
Right.
So we just stood watch there, you know, waiting for them, you know.
You said that your ship was near the flagship?
Huh?
You said your ship was very close to the flagship, or
Now we're tied up over there where the flagship was when we came in. The flagship went in dry dock.
Right. Right.
up ahead of us there.
And, what did you do while you were in the Navy?
So we want to thank Mr. Claude Dean for providing us with that interview. Very, very moving, getting to hear his experiences and all of that. And as far as we know, he is the last living survivor in Tennessee from the Pearl Harbor attacks. And we really, really want to thank him for his service and everyone who has passed since then for their service. Very moving.
I want to talk a little bit about opportunities for you to give to this great event. You can call in, and that'll be scrolling along the bottom of your screen throughout this broadcast, 931-222-4THS. That's 4847. You can also visit our website at www.tullahomaband.org, and you can donate through PayPal on our online. And you don't have to have a PayPal account. You can just use a credit card for that. We have had our first on-air donation, which is awesome. We thank you for that. We'll be flashing those up on the screen as this event goes throughout the day. We have social media that we are using to promote this event, and we hope we don't prevent anything. And you can check us out on Twitter. It's Tullahoma Band, all one word. Use the hashtag Telethon. We are the only TULLA-thon that we know of. I've searched it online. I can't find it anywhere else. So use that hashtag so we can kind of track people as you're watching. Use Facebook, Tullahoma Band Facebook page. We have an official closed group as well as an open fan group that anybody can like and follow us there. If you go to the band website right now, you can see us on YouTube, which anywhere in the world anybody could be watching, and we hope you are. LightTUBe Channel 6 on P-Head Charter Channel 193. You can even drive by live at the studio. We have buckets at the studio on South Jackson, and you can come by and donate here in person. And we thank everybody, whatever way you're donating, to help these kids reach this great goal of going to Pearl Harbor for the 75th anniversary.
Yes, thank you so much. So coming up next, we have a very, very unique video. About a week ago, I had contacted a couple of band parents of ours about creating a really great promotional video for today's event. We have a lot of people involved in videography with the Tullahoma Band. Today, we've got one of our own band parents right behind the camera here, Mr. Chris Reddycop, that makes a lot of things happen for us, as well as his wife, Cynthia Reddycop, all of the volunteers here at LightTUBe. And we also have a set of parents that have created a very unique angle, I guess you could say, on things over the last 2 years, and that is Eric and Valerie Bjorn. They've kind of taken GoPro cameras to a whole new level with the marching band experience, and we really appreciate all the things they've done. And I contacted Valerie about a week ago, and we discussed over the phone about creating a promotional video for today, and she did an incredible job putting this next video together. You're going to see highlights of all aspects of the program from the middle school to the high school, and it's very, very powerful and very moving. And I think Martin can agree with me on this. Both times we saw it for the first time, we both got chill bumps. So it's really, really cool. So we're going to turn it on over now to Valerie Bjorn's promotional video for the Tullahoma Band in today's Pearl Harbor Telethon.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
We want to thank again the Bjorn family and specifically Valerie for creating that fantastic video. I told the students as we've shown it throughout the week that as a band director it makes me want to rejoin band. We're joined here live with the Mayor of Tullahoma, Lane Curley, and we're going to, and thank you for being here.
Sure.
We're going to ask him some questions and talk to him, and we've already been lucky enough he's made a donation to the Pearl Harbor, and we thank you very much for that. Mayor Curley, as a native of Tullahoma, what did the band mean to you growing up as a student when you were a student at Tullahoma High School?
Well, you know, that goes back a pretty far way now, but I was a graduate in 1973, but I distinctly remember some of my friends being in the band, you know, and they were very conscientious, very dedicated to the band, and I know made contributions to the community at that time.
Right. And then as the mayor of Tullahoma and now as a long-term community member,
Right.
what does the band mean to you now?
Well, you know, I've had an opportunity to work with band members over the years in different projects, different events and things like that. And, you know, my recollection of all those different events is that, you know, when you're working with the band students, they're really a different caliber of students. They really are. I mean, I mentioned conscientious. They're you know, they're very dedicated, and they're really just good students. And so it's been a pleasure to work with them over the years. They're really ambassadors for our community wherever they go, and they really, I think, represent the community very well. I'm very proud of them.
As we are. And,
Sure.
you know, that term ambassador of Tullahoma,
Right.
we talk to the kids about that a lot
Sure.
and say that, you know, wherever we go, you're representing a huge community as well as the history of the program.
That's exactly right.
And we take that with a lot of pride. You know, we're really fortunate here in Tullahoma to have this amazing Tullahoma City Schools, and the support we get from the school system is great. And music education here is a big component. And, you know, not everywhere has that
Sure.
opportunity.
Sure.
And so as, what do you think our secret is? What's in the recipe here at Tullahoma?
Well, you know, Tullahoma is a very blessed community in many ways. We have a top 5 school system in the state.
Right.
You know, we have fiber to the premise to every home and business. We're a retail, medical destination for the region. And, you know, I talk about the band all the time. When I talk about the assets of our community, the band certainly is an asset, as frankly are all the schools and the students. But I'm, as I've said a minute ago, I'm very proud of the band, the students, and the contribution that you and, you know, just things like this. Things like this don't just happen.
Right.
You know, it takes a world of work. You know, we've got so much parental involvement in our community,
exactly.
and that's certainly a key. And I think people, you know, I tell folks all the time, you know, some community is going to be the best. Why not Tullahoma? And in order to, and that's whatever we're involved with. And so every component has to contribute. And certainly the band at the high school, middle schools, certainly contribute to being the very best that we can be. I remember each year asking the band leadership to attend a Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting so we can salute them for a job well done. Yeah.
And the students do great work, you know, in all facets. We have students that are doing great things with their academics and
Sure.
sports and in all calibers. And we were talking off air before this that you had made a trip to Hawaii, but you hadn't actually gotten to go to Pearl Harbor. What are your thoughts on this venture back, this march back to Pearl Harbor for the 75th?
You don't by chance need anybody to carry the luggage or anything, do you?
You know,
I suspect you've had some offers like that.
We've had a couple of offers. I know
Right.
my own mother has said a couple times, she said, I'll carry a tuba or whatever
Yeah,
you
sure.
need me to
Yeah,
do.
be glad to. Yeah, it's a beautiful state, and the people are so welcoming.
Right.
And we were actually on a cruise and went to several of the islands, and oh, you're going to have a great time. Students will have a good time. Parents that are going, it's just an amazing state.
Right. Well, we thank you for your support of,
Sure.
of our students and of the city of Tullahoma, and just thank you for everything you do for us to make
Sure.
this possible.
Absolutely proud to be here.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to another live performance to celebrate these fantastic students. Under the direction of one of our directors, Mr. Doug Clark, who is also an alumni of the Tullahoma program, we're going to hear the Trumpet Ensemble. This group includes Josh Cantrell, Rachel Dent, Sydney Ellis, Trey Hobbs, Aaron Howell, Jacob Howell, Elliot Cafferly, J.D. Latham, Ethan Nix, Caleb Perdue, Mallory Skelton, James Wagnon, Blake White. And their repertoire will include March Fanfare by C.P.E. Bach, Fanfare La Périe by Paul Dukas, Prelude and Fugue for Trumpet Choir by Erica Wazen, and 3 Renaissance dances by Susato. Please welcome the Tullahoma Trumpet Ensemble.
All right, good. Thanks again to Doug Clark for the direction of that group and all the wonderful students that did that performance. Great job, trumpets. Thank you so much for coming in today and playing.
And it takes a lot of really hard work to play that level of music. You guys got to realize that they're playing collegiate level music, professional level music. And you know, our students have the opportunity to study with some fabulous instructors that are of the highest caliber. Mr. Doug Clark teaches our brass. He's our brass specialist. Dr. Jessica Dunovit teaches our flutes. Mrs. Jen Zimmerer teaches our clarinets. Eric Zimmerman teaches our trumpets. Mr. Phil Smith teaches trombones. Michael Todd, a graduate of Tullahoma, teaches our percussion section and works with various parts of the program. Tom Maurer is our saxophone specialist. Miss Katie Frazier is our double reed teacher, and Vicki Williams is teaching our French horns. And we wouldn't be able to have the caliber of students on their instruments without those instructors.
Absolutely. So coming up next, we've got some original footage from Pearl Harbor. This is footage back from when 1991, when the Tullahoma Band first went to perform for the 50th anniversary. The video will feature various aspects of that performance, not the whole thing, but you'll get to hear some of the live musical performance. You'll get to see them there at the Pearl Harbor site. So it's a really, really unique experience. And it's going to be the area where our students will be performing next year in 2017. So it's very, very cool. Some of the people in that video actually have students that are in the high school band now, and they will be going back as parents with their students. So it's a very, very cool thing.
Completely full circle.
Yes, completely full circle. And so we're very excited about that. So we're going to turn it on over now to the original footage from 1991 of the Tullahoma Band performing at Pearl Harbor.
It's really great to be able to share that video from the 90s when they went, 1991, and under the direction of Stephen, Marion Coleman. Really cool to see those red uniforms as well. I actually was fortunate enough to get to wear those uniforms. Now you're seeing a couple of our students taking phone calls. Your donations, 931-222-4THS. That's 4847. Abby, Daniel, and Emily Quintanilla right there taking on-air donations. Again, call 931-222-4THS, 4847. You can also go to tullahomaband.org. Check us out on Twitter at #Telethon.
All right, welcome back. So we had some great video footage there, as Martin was talking about, from the original performance featuring the Tullahoma Band under the direction of Steve and Marion Coleman. And we're going to take it next to one of our marching shows. A couple of years ago, the band did a tribute to rock music with Headliner. And many people remember this show. There was a lot of historical events surrounding the show, including Lights Out at the Coffee Pot, which we all remember, and the Grand Championship at the Bandapalooza contest up in Portland, Tennessee. And just a fun, crowd-pleasing show. And so we're going to share with you now Headliner. All right, welcome back. So we hope you enjoyed that performance of Headliner. I do want to mention that our former director and now assistant principal of the high school, Greg English, along with myself, were the directors of that group. And we saw him in that video helping us out as he always does with the band program and doing a great job of running sound down there in that performance. If you saw Mr. English running around down there at the bottom. So we've got a few sponsors and people that have provided some things today that we want to thank. Again, we want to thank Papa John's Pizza, Gondola Pizza, Chick-fil-A, EC Print and Design Printing Services. And we've also had a few donations coming in, and we'd like to thank ATA, Ascend Federal Credit Union, Miss Chris Holliday from Tullahoma High School, and Fuel and Fogarty. So we appreciate those donors, and thank you. And if you call in today and the phone is busy, please keep trying. Please keep trying. You can also donate online at tullahomaband.org and check the links there. So, joining us now here, we've got a former graduate of Tullahoma High School and a former member of our band program, horn player Andrew Lawson, now attending Tennessee Tech University, majoring in music. And the reason he is here today is because he has written a composition for a trumpet ensemble group of ours, and I'm going to let him tell you about that. So, Andrew, tell us a little bit about what we're about to hear.
All right, well, Mr. John White, the president of the Band Boosters, contacted me back in January asking if I had any music I would like to have played on this event, and so I agreed, and I started writing a trumpet quartet, which you'll hear momentarily, and it's called Alloys in Brass. It's kind of a jazzy piece, and it's really fun, and they've worked really hard on it, and it sounds it's going to sound pretty good. So.
All right, well, we're looking forward to that there. Andrew, going through high school, actually did a lot of compositions throughout the band program for various chamber ensembles, as well as a composition for full band. So he's got a lot of experience in that, and we wish him the best of luck as he continues to study composition. So we're going to turn it over to the trumpets now, and the members of this ensemble, we have Blake White, Aaron Howell, Caleb Purdue, and Carson Meadows. I'm going to thank them for coming in today, and they're going to be performing Andrew Lawson's Alloys in Brass. All right, welcome back. Thank you again to Andrew Lawson and our trumpet quartet. He did a great job with that, and we got some great players there. So joining us now, we have Mr. Atticus Hensley, middle school band director, and the reason he's here is we're about to show the video from this past year's show, Asian Sketches. And as many of you may know that Mr. Hensley here, or Atticus as we all like to call him, is our composer and arranger of all of our music for all of our marching shows, as well as some of the pep tunes that you hear in the stand. Sorry. So Atticus, tell us a little bit about your process. What do you go through as you get ready to write music for a show for the band?
First step is always to figure out what we need. You know, every show is unique, and so you have to have this process where you throw out ideas. We talk about, you know, what is the form, you know, what are we after, what do we need, you know, to get the right message across. So, and that's usually, you know, like you, and in the past, you know, other, you know, Greg, and now this year we get to go through that process with Mr. McFarlane, and that's a fun process.
Yeah.
You know, you throw out all those things. This is in my heart, and I'm ready to put this out in front of people. And no, this is in my heart. Oh, okay, all right. We finally get all that hashed out, and so then I just sort of lock myself away.
Cool. So this year, I know that we all met together and went through some different options, and this one came to us pretty easily. We had all talked and discussed about doing some type of an Asian show because it had been a really, really long time to have a show with any type of an Asian flair to it with the music. And as you well know, and many of the audience members know, at the show this year, we did something completely unique with the percussion. And as you'll see in the video that's about to come up, we had tons and tons of different types of drums. We had a gentleman named John Vlasis from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that actually was very, very gracious in donating and lending us lots of materials for taiko drums that we used in the show. And it added so much depth to the sound and quality of everything we had, what we presented.
And
really
that
cool.
was a big point. The whole percussion setup, as you watch the show, you'll see there's no traditional battery percussion on the field. It's all sideline, the setup in the back, and that's one of the things that I thought about from the very beginning is that we had a chance to do something different. We had a chance to to use sounds that we wouldn't have used, to use instruments that we wouldn't have used, and it worked out. The work that Michael Todd did on that was just phenomenal, setting up the percussion parts. And for me, getting a chance to step outside of my comfort zone and try to incorporate some tonalities that I wouldn't use, try to use some source material that normally you wouldn't get to. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Atticus does a really, really great job of sometimes he'll mix in pre-existing melodies of folk tunes or Asian folk tunes and things like that with his own original compositions, and that's exactly what this show is and what you're about to see. I do want to thank our guard instructors, Mr. Daniel Long and Matt Bidding, who you will see the color guard do an awesome job in this performance of this show. Michael Todd, our percussion instructor, again, Atticus Hensley and Martin McFarlane, and everybody involved with the design process, everything of what you're about to see. So now we present to you our fall of 2015 production, Asian Sketches.
And that was our 2015 fall production of Asian Sketches. And you saw that performance at the Hendersonville Golden Invitational up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. When I tune into LightTUBe regularly, I'm able to see, you know, the band performing in different capacities throughout the day. You know, it's really neat to live in a community and have a local TV station where you can literally see band almost 24/7. And, you know, I don't know that anywhere else in Tennessee or maybe even the South has that opportunity, and we're very thankful for that, for LightTUBe and all of our parents and their videography to make that kind of stuff happen. I think now we're going to talk about the phone number.
Yes, we're going to shout out that phone number again for donations. If you can call 931-222-4THS. Our phone operators are standing by. Help our band get to Pearl Harbor, and we appreciate any amount. Does not matter what, anything you can give. Please call in. Keep those phone lines busy.
And if they are busy,
yes,
call again.
And if they are busy, call again.
And call again.
Want to thank some of our sponsors again for supporting the band throughout the year as well as today. We'd like to thank Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Livewell, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP, IWS, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sinorama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and T-Shirt Spot. So thank you to those sponsors for making everything happen. And Mr. McFarlane, tell us about what we're going to see next.
I think we're going to throw it back to the Bjorn family commercial that we have been airing a couple times already, and this is the promotional video that we're using to kind of tell our story about what we're doing in March of 2017, as well as give everybody that is outside the band family a little bit of an insight to what these amazing students do on a regular basis. You know, band is an activity that to an outsider sometimes is a little bit hard to explain. It's you know, I use the term, we're both Harry Potter fans. And I use the term muggle for people that are outside band, and that's not a derogatory term at all. You know, both my parents were not band people, but it's hard to explain sometimes what these kids do on a regular basis, performing inside, outside, in whatever weather and whatever conditions that we
light and dark,
rain, and more rain this year. We joked that the show should have been called Asian Monsoons instead of Asian Sketches. If you don't know, it rained on us almost that entire last week before fall break. And this video does a really good job of explaining kind of what these kids do from all levels, from middle school to high school, marching to concert, and how they do, as Mayor Curley said, they're the ambassadors of Tullahoma. So let's turn it back over to that awesome commercial for our march to Pearl Harbor.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Hey, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that awesome promotional video. Again, we want to thank Valerie Bjorn for all her hard work on that. So, Martin, tell us a little bit about the phones. Are they open?
They are open,
Oh,
and,
cool.
and if they're busy, what are you going to do? You're going to call back. Call back, call often, pledge often, 931-222-4THS. That's 222-4THS, 4847. If they're busy, call back. TullahomaBand.org, we're already getting notifications that our PayPal account is receiving your donations, and thank you so much for those. We can't do this without those donations. These kids getting to Pearl Harbor for the 75th and doing all these great things that you're seeing, even the performances, it wouldn't be possible without the support of many people, our parents, our administration, the community, and we just wouldn't be able to do it without them. Next, we're going to hear some more fantastic music from some of our students under the direction of Mr. Tom Maurer. This is our saxophone choir, and it's a quartet, and it's made up of Sam Usselton, Victoria Cowan, Seth Bonner, and Lucas White.
And today they're going to play for you. Their first selection will be Let My People Go. The second one will be Heads Up, and they're going to close things out with Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody. So let's turn it on over to our saxophone quartet.
So we are back here live. Thanks to that saxophone ensemble for their great performance. A little bit of Bohemian Rhapsody, but right now you're seeing two of our students still taking calls at 931-222-4THS. That's 4847. Emily Quintanilla and Abby Daniel on the screen right now taking your calls. If the line is busy, call back. You can also find us at tullahomaband.org. Donate button on the side panel right there. You can donate through PayPal with a credit card. You don't need an account, just a credit card. Any amount's fine, not too small, not too loud. You can bring it here live to the studio. We have people with buckets here at the TUB building. But any way you can help out, we appreciate your support. Again, that's Tullahomaband.org. You can find us on Twitter at #Telethon, Facebook, Instagram, anything like that. We appreciate your support.
And yes, we want to thank those saxophones again one more time. It was really unique there. We got to hear Headliner a little few minutes ago that opened up with Bohemian Rhapsody, and the saxophones just closed it all out with us. And we had some students in the background humming along with it, and really brings a smile to your face. The ladies in the control room tell me I don't smile enough, so I'm going to try a little harder. But you know what brings a smile to my face? Are those donations to keep them coming in, folks. All right, so coming up next, we've got a very unique performance. Last spring, the Tullahoma Symphonic Band was invited through in a rigorous audition process to perform at the Tennessee Music Education Association Conference, and we were selected as the Tennessee Bandmasters Hall of Fame Band. A very, very unique and high honor for a group to get to perform in a setting of that caliber. That event was held in the Cannon Center in Memphis, Tennessee. And what you're about to hear is a composition that was written for us called Monomyth, or A Hero's Journey is what it's translated into. But before I get into the details of that, the significance of this performance is something I really want to focus on, and I want to talk to Martin about this. And I know that we had some former directors of ours that were recognized at this event, so tell them about it.
And something that the public needs to understand is that this performance at this high of a caliber is like winning a state championship. I mean, it's the band has performed at this event before, not on this stage. When I say stage, I mean when you're selected to be the Tennessee Bandmasters Band, that means you are the top slated group, the top playing ensemble at that event. And it was a really neat thing that was the band got selected for that, but it was even more unique in the fact that the directors emeritus, my band director, Stephen Marion Coleman, were inducted along with Joe Herman and Sidney McKay into the Tennessee Bandmasters Hall of Fame, which is something that recognizes veterans of this profession as giants of the past. And you know, you say giants of the past, whereas Steve and Marion are still very active, both locally and at a state level. Mrs. Coleman is involved with the Fine Arts Council. Steve Coleman is still involved with the Tennessee Arts Academy. You know, and they still teach, luckily, both of us on a daily basis. When we bring them in to work with the kids, it's just a neat experience. And this TMEA event was really neat because it got to feature the Tullahoma Band and have Steve and Marion conduct one more time. And as an alumni, you get the chills, you get the feels, you get all those gushy kind of things, which I was lucky that I got to be on stage and introduce the group along with Mr. Hensley. And watching Steve and Marion conduct one more time was something that I'll never forget. And then obviously the fantastic job that Mr. Justin Scott and Mr. Greg English did with the group. People were talking about this on a state level for a while afterwards. I heard band directors just going on about how it was probably the top 2 or 3 best performances they'd ever heard at TMEA. Cool. And it was, you know, I still can watch it, and to this day, I still get the goosebumps.
Cool, thank you. So, Monomyth is what we're about to hear. About a year before our performance, a composer from our area named Rick DeYoung came to Greg English and myself, and said, I'd like to commission a piece for the band. And we had heard a lot of his works premiered by the Tennessee Tech University Symphony Band in previous years, loved his stuff, thought he was a great composer, and so we jumped on it. And he actually did it for free. He did not charge us a dime. And it was a very unique experience for our students to get to premiere a piece of music that has never been performed. And I think for a lot of the kids, for many of them, it was one of their favorites. And so again, Monomyth, like I said, translates into a hero's journey. We wanted to celebrate this event with a composition that represented the epicness of what was happening at that time. The fact that Steve and Marion, like we said, were getting nominated into the TBA Hall of Fame, and just something that was just very grand in scale in the way it sounded. And Rick did an incredible job with that. So we're going to turn it over now to our, and this is Greg English conducting this piece. I do want to say that. And we're going to turn it over now to our video of Monomyth and the Tullahoma High School Symphonic Band. Well, that a great performance. Thanks again to Greg English there, who conducted that. Served many years as co-director of bands with myself and Tullahoma. And after that performance that you just saw, our band students did get a unique experience. We traveled a little bit around Memphis. We got to go to Rendezvous and have some ribs, and then we all went to Graceland, the home of Elvis Presley. And if you have never been there, I suggest you go because it is a very unique experience. He puts a whole new meaning on tacky, I guess is the way you could say it. Every room has a different theme. It's really weird, but it was fun. It was really neat. If you've never been, you should experience it. So speaking of travel, Martin, why don't you tell them a little bit about some of the other travel experiences that our band students have gotten?
Well, that's one of the great opportunities for these band students is and you know, I was a product of that. I got to go on great band trips, as did Justin, you know, with our high school bands, and opportunities that you wouldn't think, like this trip to Memphis where, you know, yes, we're going to perform, but you get to experience a little bit of Memphis as well. And we're going to Pearl Harbor to honor the survivors and the people that were lost and memorialize them. But I mean, we are getting to go to Hawaii as well. So that, I mean, we're not going to beat around the bush with that. These kids get to also enjoy everything that Hawaii has to offer, from going to the Dole Plantation to just the experience of being on those beautiful beaches. And then the main focus is Pearl Harbor, but we're gonna have a nice time while we're there.
You said Dole Plantation, and Atticus Hensley in the background did a little dance. He was excited.
He's excited about Dole Whip. He's definitely excited.
Apparently, apparently the Dole Whip is something to write home about. It's quite good. I've never had it, so I'm looking forward to that.
Either. It's gonna be good. But you know, and that's the band has traveled across the region, across the states. They've been to Canada, New York City. When I was in high school band, we went to California and got to experience some of the things out there, from the San Diego Zoo to the LA Philharmonic.
Yep.
And went on a cruise with the band. Have been to Disney multiple times.
Disney, Universal,
Harry Potter World. Yeah.
Yep.
I've actually never been.
Oh, Martin. Buddy, you're missing out. It's good.
Well, we'll have to go
really
sometime. Where else have we been? There's been all sorts. New York,
San Antonio, did you say that
Chicago.
one? Chicago, Mexico,
Fiesta Bowl.
Fiesta Bowl.
Pearl Harbor, 1991.
What's next? The moon?
Well, you know, when we were originally talking about this trip, we were calling it to the moon. So, you know, we don't know. Whatever's next, we'll find out. But these kids get to really experience some great things through travel and opportunities that, you know, you're not going to get to have here in Tullahoma necessarily.
Absolutely.
And they get to go with a group of friends, which is a really unique experience.
So I want to encourage you guys to keep calling in with those donations. Remember, that brings a smile to our faces. The number again is 931-222-4THS or 4847. And our phone operators are standing by. Remember, if it's busy, please continue to call and bring those donations in.
And don't forget, TullahomaBand.org. Donate through PayPal. You can come live to the studio. We have buckets, people that are willing to help you pledge to help this band program and do all that it does, and specifically some help to get to Pearl Harbor for some great band travel.
Absolutely. A few more thank yous. We want to throw back out there again. Papa John's Pizza, Gondola Pizzas, Chick-fil-A, EC Print and Design Printing Services. We've had a few donations already given today. Let's mention those folks again.
ATA, Ascend Federal Credit Union, Miss Chris Holiday, Fuel and Fogarty, and we thank all donations. No amount is too small, no amount is too large.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure that we probably got a few more coming in that we haven't mentioned yet, and we'll get that list on air as soon as we can. So coming up next, we have a good historical video here that actually Chris Reddycop found for us, and it's called Reflections on the USS Arizona.
And one of the things that these students, as we go to Pearl Harbor, we're going to talk about the historical nature of this. You know, we're not going to just go and play and leave. There's a lot of preparation that goes into that, some educating, because these students were, you know, from a variety of age levels. We're taking current 7th graders through current 11th graders through current juniors, and a lot of them were not alive for another national tragedy, which we all know was 9/11. And so we're going to talk about the historic nature of what December the 7th, 1941 meant to America, and also I hope you got to see that Claude Dean interview earlier, because that's
Very
a
powerful.
local hero. I mean, and these kids get to interact, these students, these young men and women, I shouldn't call them kids, they get to interact and learn things from living legends, and this video captures some of that emotion and explains some of the tragic events, but the heroes that were there to help protect our nation on such a horrific day.
So we're going to turn it over now to Reflections on the USS Arizona.
When the Arizona Memorial opened, you lined up on the pier in one line. While waiting and going out there, especially on the way and when I got there, I had goosebumps about 6 inches high on my arms.
Yeah, I don't care how many times I go there. When I step on that platform, it sort of breaks me up. Every time. And I've gone out year after year. And, I'm going out this year, 7th of December. And it's just one of those things.
I've gotten to a point where it's almost too much to go there. It's a place that is like no other. It's wonderful, and yet it's so sad.
I just think of these guys that trapped down there, couldn't get out, and what they gave up, you know, and how they really tried to do their best under the horrible circumstances to help their buddies and to try to save themselves. Just like the song says, remember Pearl Harbor? We'll remember.
There's an emotional feeling because of the men that are there. And I'm proud of them. And I always try to read all the names when I go there. And whenever visitors come to Hawaii, that's the must. You must visit the Arizona. They must remember.
So I've gone on the memorial there, and I looked up there, I see all the names that 1,176 have names. And I know down below on the ship, there's 900 of them. I get touched. They didn't have had a chance. And that's where they are. Life's terminated. It brings, excuse me, it brings tears to my eyes. And this is one thing I try to impress the people that visit out there. You're going out there, pay respect to these youngsters that they have had a chance. And I believe their spirit is there about that ship. I feel it.
Hey, welcome back. So that was a very powerful video. As you got to see in that video, there was a snippet of the Pearl Harbor Memorial and the wreath laying ceremony. And those students of the Tullahoma Band are going to get to experience that again this year. And I myself have never been to Pearl Harbor, but hearing it from some of the former parents that have gone to this, the former directors that were with the band, that is going to be a very, very powerful and unique experience for our students. And so we're really looking forward to that and getting to share that with all of our band students and their families.
And this will be an honor. I mean, it is completely an honor, and it's something that we will carry with us. And that's something that, you know, as Mayor Curley said earlier, and we've talked about a few times on air, is that the band represents Tullahoma as the ambassadors of Tullahoma. And,
Yes,
and as they go and carry that weight, because that is a responsibility, and we talk about that with the students, they are recognized for it. And they receive honors throughout the region and the state, and even nationally. The band has done many things to be recognized, from the TMEA performance. Last year, as we said, that was like winning a state level championship. I mean, and being selected for various performances, whether it be superiors at concert festivals, top honors at marching band events. But you know, all that's great. I mean, that we like to be recognized, and you know, it's nice every once in a while to bring home the hardware, but the kids and the family, the band family, and that's something that's really important to us, is the family aspect, you know, celebrates all victories. And it doesn't matter, you know, if we win first place or third place, or even if we win 10th place. There's a story about how a previous band captain was, one year the band didn't place as high as the band maybe had wanted, and they got a medal. That was all they took home, was this small little medal. And that band captain, Courtney Dodd,
Yes, Courtney Dodd.
who she held up said medal and said, "Ooh, it spins."
That was
And
a lot of kids remember that.
you know,
It was a fun night.
The band celebrated that probably more than the first place victor that night. They were
Absolutely.
cheering and having a great time and celebrating that. You know, no matter what, we're a family, and the team aspect it trumps all other victories. The band has been recognized and selected for various things. We mentioned the Fiesta Bowl earlier. I mentioned marching stuff, but we like to celebrate individual student.
Yes, and we've got an incredible amount of students that are involved and working in the private lesson program, students that within high school, you know, they're making mid-state, all-state, just so many high caliber type of auditions that they're going through and really represent themselves well. And then so many of them take that and go on out into the real world. And to me, one of the biggest honors is the fact that so many of our students, even if they don't major in music, are going on to still appreciate music. Going to the symphony, supporting the band program with events like today, and giving donations to give back to music education and those wonderful things. And we have a couple of graduates that are doing really well in the music realm. One of them, Craig Terry, is a
phenomenal piano
player.
player.
Absolutely. Gotten to hear him perform many times. He performed with the band a few years ago when Stephen Marion officially retired from the program. We did Rhapsody in Blue.
Right.
Very cool. Very cool.
And he talked about, you know, various things that were instilled in him in the program. Besides the musical aspects, it was the pursuit of excellence in everything. The story he told, I'll never forget. And it's the same that we experience, and we get to interact with the students of, no, we're not going to settle for anything less than your absolute best. He told a story about getting back from a marching band contest late one night, and Stephen Marion and Mr. Coleman were, that he had a piano recital the next day, and he had to do his program for the recital, and it wasn't right. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't exactly as clean and perfect as it needed to be. And Stephen Marion stayed until the wee hours that night fixing it, because if it was going to be something with his name on it, they wanted it to be the best. And he carried that on to playing with the Met and with the Chicago Ballet and the Lyric and all these kind of things that are, you know, he's playing with people like Renee Fleming now, and I know that instilled in him a high bar of excellence that he wanted in everything. But you know, the cool thing is we don't have students just doing excellent in music. We have academic honors, sports honors. We regularly have high-level ACT scores, salutatorians, neurosurgeons. I mean, people that are going on to do things that are giving back to the community like that. I was one time asked by somebody, you know, Tullahoma Band has such excellent musicians. Why are we not filling the schools of music with more music majors? And I explained, I said, well, there are plenty. Myself was one, but there's so many that go to places like Caltech and Oberlin and MIT and Stanford and Harvard and those kind of places, and they go and, you know, I look at the kids, and Mr. Scott looks at the kids regularly, and they said, love music, appreciate the arts, but go and be the person that does something amazing, you know, that finds a cure for cancer, or does something, invents the next technology that, you know, connects us even more than we're already, you know, like you're tweeting right now, as you're tweeting #Telethon, that kind of technology. But we just are so proud of all the alumni and all the students we have that are high achieving in music, but also in their academics and doing great things to make the world a better place, and that's what we want.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to throw it back to our phone number for those donations, 931-222-4THS.
Scrolling at the bottom.
4847. Look at that information scrolling across the bottom of your screen, because remember, that brings a smile to our face. All right. I promise this is just water.
It
I promise
really
this. Okay, so we are going next to Oh, we're going back to our Bjorn video. Yes, absolutely. But before we do that,
we gotta
sorry, I
thank
jumped
some
ahead.
people. No, it's okay. This is live television. Lane Curley, as was on air earlier, Mayor Curley, we want to thank him for a donation to our telethon. The CEO of LightTUBe gave a donation, Mr. Brian Skelton. We want to thank him for that. Miss Mary Allen, thank you for your donation to these students. Miss Julie Phillips, who is one of my best friend's mom, and she actually is a central office worker for Tullahoma City Schools. Thank you, Miss Phillips, for your donation. Larry Hensley gave an online donation because you can also give at tullahomaband.org, the donate button on the right side, PayPal. All you need is a credit card. Larry Hensley, class of 1975. He was in the band from 73 through 75. We want to thank him. He's in Nashville and supporting the band program, and we thank all of our donators. And remember, you can come by the studio live and donate, or you can do online or call into that number. What was that number again, Justin?
That number again is 931-222-4THS or 4847. As Martin is reading off that list, I'm looking at that going, you probably know or have some type of connection to every single person on that list, don't you?
Close.
We have yet to find somebody in Tullahoma that Martin doesn't know through another person. And, hey, tell him your story about Mr. Dean.
Oh. Well,
This was very cool.
When President John White, Booster President John White, and I went to go interview Mr. Dean, we were talking, and just he was unraveling the amazing story that he had of being behind a machine gun for 72 hours at Pearl Harbor defending our nation, and on that horrific day. We were talking about, and I asked him the question. I said, "Have you been back to Pearl Harbor? Have you been back to Hawaii since?" And he was telling us that he'd been back 3 times, and he was referencing his nephew, and he said Tommy, and he pointed to a picture on his table in between his couch and his easy chair. And I looked at the picture, and the face was familiar, and I almost paused the interview midstream, and I said, "Wait a second, you mean Tommy Mealer?" And he said, "Yes, sir." And I said, "As in Grady Mealer's son, as in Ann Mealer's," and Ann Mealer was my childhood babysitter growing up here. She was the lady who I spent when my parents were at work. I'd go to her house, and she'd take care of me and my sister and some other kids. And it was just really cool to have that Tullahoma connection. And that's a great thing about Tullahoma, and I've talked with many people about this, is, we have a small community that's big enough that it's not too small, but you can know almost everybody. When you go into Kroger's, you're going to run into somebody that you know. And it's just that, it's that kind of a community. And I lived in Nashville for 5 years. Great place, very busy, lots of good opportunities there. But in Tullahoma, you get that small town feel where just everybody's looking out for you. We've joked about how in Tullahoma, if you have a wreck, if somebody rear ends you on Kings Lane, then somebody will find out about it before you send word to them. It will be on Facebook, it will be on Instagram, it will be on Twitter. Just like when you are hashtagging Telethon right now, it is on Instagram and Twitter and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to now throw it back to this Bjorn commercial that we've shown a few times, and we are looking forward to showing that and sharing that with you again. It's got great information, and here it is, the Bjorn commercial.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Hey, welcome back, Tullahoma. So we are here now live with Nancy Fuller and Tommy Anderton, Regional President of Traders Bank, and they're here to give us an on-air live donation, and we want to thank them very much for this generous donation to the Tullahoma Band and our efforts to get the band to Pearl Harbor. So, Tommy, tell us a little bit about what the band means to our community here in Tullahoma and to you guys at Traders Bank.
Justin, this was an easy decision for me on behalf of Traders Bank when Nancy approached me. It gave me the chance as a 1972 graduate of THS to reflect on Max Weaver and all the tremendous positive influences that he had with people in our class and subsequent to our graduation in '72. Then inside my own family, I have Beth Cox, a niece that was in the band. I have a niece, Gina Cox-Wing, who was in the band, who also has a daughter, Laura, that is in the Sparkman, Alabama High School Band. I further, on the nephew side, have a guy named Ben Chanel that is a band director in Mount Juliet. So, Justin, when Nancy said Tommy would Traders Bank consider supporting, it was easy for me personally. But then obviously it wasn't my money, it was Traders' money. So I wanted to share with the audience today that this was a very consistent request for what Traders stands for, which is support our community. It's part of why we've been here 127 years, and it's part of how we give back. One of the most memorable things of being a banker is to make somebody their first car loan, make them their first home loan. But in this case, we play a small part in contributing to making memories for such a special trip as going to Hawaii. So, Justin, for me, it was easy for Traders Bank to participate. It's consistent with what we stand for. And it was easy because of all the positive influences, starting with Max Weaver through my nieces and nephews, that the band and at THS has had in my personal life.
Well, on behalf of the Tullahoma Band, I want to say thank you very, very much. We appreciate this donation, and thank you for being here. Nancy, what has the band meant to your family? Because we know that the band has been very heavily involved with grandchildren and children and your family. So tell us a little bit about that.
I think it's been very important that our family has been so involved in the band. Obviously, Jenny loved it. Abigail is following in her footsteps. Greg, being the band director last year. So it's wonderful, and we'll always support the band.
Very neat. Well, it's great to hear all these stories and the connections that the Tullahoma Band has had to Traders Bank here. And so once again, we want to thank them for their very generous donation. And thanks for coming in, guys. We appreciate it. I think this deserves a round of applause, everybody. Thank you. So we're going to turn it back over to our station over here with Martin and Atticus, and they're going to introduce our next video.
All right. I'm in a position right now where I get to just say all kinds of things about how fortunate I am to have had the experiences I've had with this program. And the place I would like to start is the most fun thing I get to do every year is arrange for the marching band. It's like the candy I get, at the end of the year-long meal.
Right. And for me, we were talking about some of the connections and those kind of things and how those pan out. For those of you who don't know, Atticus was my private instructor, taught me how to play the tuba, and I wouldn't be sitting here without him. They were talking over with Traders Bank about all the connections we make, and now it's totally full circle because I start my day every morning with Atticus teaching, and I'm really lucky in that sense that I got to start with him, and now I'm working with him on a daily basis.
Those years I spent doing that were incredibly formative to me, and they inform how I teach every single day. And I felt incredibly fortunate to have the opportunity to form relationships with young adults over a period of 6, 7 years, and then in the case of many of them, continue to watch them move on into life and be involved in music at various levels.
Well, Mr. Anderton was just referring to his nephew, Ben Chanel.
Absolutely.
And
Ben Chanel was a great student to have here. He was a major contributor to the band program when he was here with us, and now he's out passing that on to young people in his community, and that's that's
awesome.
a testimony right there.
Absolutely awesome. Well, we want to go ahead and thank our sponsors, our ongoing corporate sponsors again. We want to give them a shout out. Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Live Well, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP, IWS Logistics, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sign Arama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and the T-Shirt Spot. And we're going to say it again. We're going to say it many times. 931-222-4THS. That's 4847. And if you are like Mr. Hensley, follow us on Twitter. Retweet us on Twitter. Favorite us on Twitter. Share us on Twitter.
The more this gets spread around, the better it works for the kids that are working here today.
And we're being told we've got a number of viewers on YouTube. That number is growing across the nation. You don't just have to be local watching it here. You can check us out, www.tullahomaband.org. The YouTube link is embedded on the right sidebar of the website. Check that out. And like we say, pledge often. Locally, you can come in. You can call in.
Absolutely. We know right now that we have people watching pretty much across the nation.
Right.
And we have people, we know for a fact, outside the state, Nebraska, North Carolina. We have people in Portland, Oregon watching right now. They got up a little bit earlier than they're used to, but they're watching.
So we're going to actually go to another video, and Mr. Hensley was referring to the arranging side of things, and we're going to be going next to an interesting show we did a couple of years ago that was called Dream On.
Yes, Dream On. This was, every show we do for me is very personal because I spend those summer months just immersed, absolutely immersed before anybody else gets a chance to really hear the product. I'm in there just living it in my head day in, day out. My family gets tired of it before anybody's even heard it at camp.
Sure.
With Dream On, we've already seen the headliner earlier today. We talked about the getting a chance to do a rock show is sort of an unusual thing. Dream On was a bit of an extension of that.
Right.
That we felt like there were still some things left there untapped. Instead of just doing a straight ahead, let's play a bunch of rock and roll tunes, but with a bit of a twist to them. We thought we can actually do some kind of loose story here.
Right.
And so the dream concept kind of took hold very early on. Even before we had tunes in mind, we kept on coming back to that. What if it's like a dream sequence? What if it's a dream idea? What if it's living in a dream, living the dream? And the word dream kept coming back and back and back. And so when we finally got to the point where I could just sit down and start writing and arranging, that was the dream for me. I was like, okay, this has been rolling around long enough. It's time to go. And once we got to that point, it went together fast.
Right.
Everything just sort of rolled the way we wanted it to go.
Well, the unique perspective you have is that, as you know, I hope everybody knows that Atticus is our full-time middle school band director, and the kids' playing abilities in a way that when you write the show, you can cater to the strengths of the program.
One of the things when you listen to bands that play only stock arrangements, you start hearing their weaknesses really fast, and very often their strengths get ignored.
Sure. And when you say stock arrangement, that's you can
buy
go online
them off the shelf.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No customization. Nothing unique to your program. And what Atticus brings is that custom touch.
So everything that I arrange for the band, it is designed with that kid that just walked out of my door last week on their way to the high school. And I know what can they do, what makes them sound best. And I still got a really good picture, from things I come back and do with the group each year, how that talent has grown, at the high school from year to year. So I can take that and put that into the think box, and what can those people do? Yeah. What makes them sound great? What range do they play in the best? What sort of technique issues do they have? What sort of technique strengths do they have? And that's where I get to really get to play in the sandbox.
Well, and even if the programs that don't use stock, or they do use stock arrangement, some don't, and they have an arranger, but it might be somebody that's not even tied to the program. It could be somebody, living 100, 200, 300 miles away, and they don't get to interact with the students.
I get all the advantages here.
Right.
It really is a dream job. Because I don't have to be. This is awful to say. I don't have to be the best arranger in the world, because A, I get a wonderful band to arrange for. B, I know exactly what they can do, and I know what they can do that's going to make anything I do sound phenomenal.
So we've talked about the music, but the Tullahoma Band is also known. You were talking about with Dream On the story. We're known for also some of our antics. some of our props, some of our
yes.
explosions, dare I say. And, you know, we're lucky to have a strong engineering community here in Tullahoma that if we ask them to, you know, we want walkers on the field, we want
It can be rocket science.
Exactly,
It's
an
all right. We
inflatable
can do rocket
monkey.
science.
There's all sorts. Then you'll see some of that, some of those prop effects, from the potato cannons to all sorts of things. Our band dads and band moms often at the prop shop say, "Well, if you told us you wanted 6 explosions in the back, we can make it happen."
Absolutely.
So we're going to turn it over to that recorded video of Dream On and check out some of the great arranging done by Mr. Atticus Hensley, as well as the execution that is awesome by these students. We're back live. Wasn't that a great performance of Dream On? You even saw Mr. Scott there on the sideline cheering the band on as they performed. We're joined here with Lane Yoder, President CEO of Southern Community Bank, to present an on-air donation. And Lane is a band parent of ours who has 2 sons in the band, but he's also an alumni, so I'm going to let him tell a little bit about his relationship to the Tullahoma Band program.
Yes, actually, I'm Bill.
I just referred to you as your wife's name. Excuse me.
My much better half.
Well, I understand that.
And yeah, she's the one you would probably want here, but no, I'm of course Bill Yoder, president of Southern Community Bank, and so glad to be here today supporting the band program with this donation. And as many folks know, I was in the band in my youth, played the trombone. I'm class of '84.
Did you bring your trombone to play today?
I did not. I think my brother still has that in New Mexico, but I'm not sure. But so proud of both of my sons that are in the band. I have a sophomore Cooper that plays the tuba and a 8th grader Spencer who plays the euphonium.
They're both mid-state players, very high-quality players. Very proud of both of them.
Thank you very much, and both low brass players,
exactly.
Keeping it in the family,
which is good.
Yes.
So, you know, as an alumni of the program and as a CEO and president of Southern Community, and I know you work with the Chamber, what does the band program, you know, as a whole mean to you and your...
Absolutely. The band program is very important to Tullahoma and the community. The wonderful programs that the band program does for the whole community, as well as the artistic expression and opportunities that it gives the students of Tullahoma.
Did you travel with the band when you were in
I
the
did. We went to the Orange Bowl in Orlando.
When was that?
That would have been '82.
Okay, very cool.
82, I think.
Well, just want to thank you so much for this on-air donation and all that you do as a band parent and what Southern Community does for our band program. And thank you for that, and really appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Bill Yoder. We're going to go live back now to the phones, where we've got Blake White and we've got Sam Usselton, who are taking on-air donations. The number is streaming at the bottom of your screen right now, 931-222-4THS. That's 4847. You can check us out on tullahomaband.org. There's a donate button through PayPal. Follow us on Twitter at #Telethon. Nobody else has a Tullathon. That's Tulla Thon, THON, 931-222-4THS 4847. I think we have a graphic that we're going to pull up to show you some of the donations so far as they've come in. As of 2 o'clock, we are at $2,715. I think that takes some studio applause right now. That deserves some studio applause. Keep calling in, keep supporting the program by coming by LightTUBe here at the TUB building. You can call in 222-4THS, that's 4847, and donate online via PayPal. Now we're going to hear another fine student group that is under the direction and leadership of our fabulous clarinet teacher, Miss Jen Zimmerer. The students in this group include Alec Yen, Brian Coulter, Madison Lindner, Dana Bjorn, Emily Quintanilla, Becca Lynn, Loretta Lott, Cassidy Crouch, Will Carter, Alyssa Anderson, Rebecca Webb, Matt Hill, Malia Gann, and Bailey Whitson. They will be playing Trio con Brio by Leonard, 3 Renaissance madrigals arranged by Marlatt, and March Militaire by Franz Schubert. Please welcome the Tullahoma Clarinet Choir. great group of clarinet players, great group of students,
Absolutely.
made up of middle school and high school students. We've got a lot of mid-state members in there and some all-state players in that group playing some great stuff under the direction, again, of Miss Jen Zimmerer. You know, the great part about this is it's live. And, you know, if you call somebody by the wrong name, or if you misspeak or anything like that, everybody's going to hear it. And
You're doing a great job,
you're
Greg.
doing a great job, Miss Coleman. So we've joked and we've said, you know, hopefully somebody's keeping a tally of all of the bloopers and,
please
you know,
don't.
actually, yeah, really, you shouldn't do that. But it will be re-airing, and you'll be able to see it on YouTube after the fact. You'll be able to see it rebroadcast on LightTUBe. The phone line might not still be active, but the website will always be active. And you can always go to donate at PayPal on our website, tullahomaband.org. And speaking of donations, I think we got some new donations that we just gotten word of.
Yes. So we want to thank Traders Bank, Judy Beard. We have Scott Young, who is also an alum of the program. Saxophone player, also a band parent, works at TUB. Martha Mers, who works over at East Middle School. Thank you to her.
Fabulous secretary.
Yes, wonderful. And Sharon Fitzgerald. So we want to thank those individuals for their latest donations.
Let's
we appreciate
get a
that.
studio round of applause on our donate.
Yep. And as always, remember, those donations keep a smile on our face.
Stillwater.
Yeah, Stillwater.
And the phone number. We got to tell the phone number. It's 931-222-4THS. That's 48.
Oh, 4847.
Live
Sorry.
TV, live television. And TullahomaBand.org, Twitter. How are we doing social media? We got a lot of people on social media.
Cool.
Thumbs up.
Getting a thumbs up.
Yeah, I like it.
Awesome.
What are we going to hear next?
So next, we're going to go back to the Symphonics Band's last spring performance at TMEA. This next piece was a very unique one. Greg English and myself were searching for that one final piece on the concert that would kind of be the icing on the cake for everything, and we came across this very interesting piece called Kwijibo by K.W. Oh, that's not right. K-W-Y-J-I-B-O. That's how you spell it. I still spell it wrong to this day. But it has an interesting story. The composer is Daniel Montoya Jr. He's actually a percussionist, and he is a Simpsons fan, as I am. And so all the Simpsons fans out there might recognize that word. Early in, I believe it was the first season, of The Simpsons, there's an episode where the family is sitting around a table playing Scrabble, and Bart just wants to get out of there. He doesn't want anything to do with it. And so he looks down, and the letters that are in front of him on his board spell the word Kwijibo, which obviously means nothing. And he lays them out and basically says, oh, I got this score, and I'm out of here, and he walks away. And Homer says, nope. He says, you're not leaving until you explain what Kwijibo means. And right on the spot, Bart makes up a definition, which is basically describing his own father, a big, dumb, balding North American ape with no chin and a short temper. And at that moment, Homer says, why, you little, and jumps across and starts choking Bart in all the fashion that he does, like in every single episode. And so Daniel Montoya Jr. took that and wrote a piece called Kwijibo. And so in it, you're going to hear, there's actually a lot of little hints of the Simpsons theme in there. You're going to hear a lot of South American type percussion type things in it. There's a lot of really cool pieces
sounds.
Thank you. In it, and it's really unique. And you're going to get to see our symphonic band performing this, and it's really a fun piece, and it's loud.
Tell them about it. Wasn't it? And I might be mistaken, but in the program, wasn't there something unique with this?
We didn't put program notes. We just did a scan code,
like a QR code.
Yeah, and people clicked it, and it took them to a YouTube link of that video of The Simpsons, and that was our program description.
So you didn't. So in the program, you didn't know it was from The Simpsons unless you took that extra step to actually figure it out. Otherwise, you just thought it was a weird word that nobody could spell right.
Or if you were a dorky fan like me and knew it immediately. I didn't even have to look up the program notes because I knew, because I own every episode of The Simpsons. But we won't talk about that. Okay, so going on, here is the Tullahoma Symphonic Band and Kwijibo. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are here live now with Dr. Sean McBride from Tullahoma Vision Associates, and he is here to make an on-air donation for us. But before we do that, Sean, you are a 1983 graduate of Tullahoma and also a member of the band. Tell us a little bit about what band meant to you.
Well, it's really meant a lot. Music is just a huge part of my life, and it started in 6th grade band, and with Max Weaver, my first band director, and then later Brian Guess. And it's just continued beyond school. I think that's one of the great things about music. It's something that you can carry with you the rest of your life, whether you play or not. It's something that really moves you inside and can be a part of you no matter what you do as a career.
After graduating, you became a member of the drum corps international group, the Phantom Regiment. What kind of skills did you take from being a part of a high caliber performing ensemble like that?
I think first of all, discipline. Knowing time management and being able to take something that may seem impossible when you first start attempting it and keep working and keep working, and you're able to achieve things that you didn't really think you could do. And that can, again, translate not only into music performance, but you can take that into anything that you want to do in life.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, and we want to thank you for this donation. It really means a lot in helping our students to get to Hawaii for that special performance at Pearl Harbor. So thank you so much. We appreciate it, and thank you again to Sean McBride, Tullahoma Vision Associates. And we're going to turn it back over now to Mr. McFarlane, who's going to introduce our next performing group. Thank you.
I think that definitely deserves some studio applause, thanking Vision Associates for their generous donation. Thank you again to all of the people that are reaching out and donating, whether it be online through tullahomaband.org, our PayPal link, or calling 931-222-4THS, 4847. That's 4THS. Again, we keep saying it. You know what makes us happy. Okay, that feels a lot more awkward when I'm by myself. So we're going to move on to some more fabulous musicians, and this group is near and dear to my heart as a tuba player. This is the Tuba Euphonium Ensemble. This is a unique group. You know, when tubas and euphoniums play in band or in orchestra as well, euphoniums don't play in orchestras. Well, when tubas and euphoniums play in jazz bands, well, they don't. Well, tubas and euphoniums don't get melodies very often. We play the pa parts, and even that's not fair because we really only play the The pa gets stolen by French horn players and saxophone players and that kind of stuff. So this group is an opportunity for these young musicians to get to play melodies that they might not experience sitting in a band or an orchestra. This group is under the direction of our middle school director, Mr. Atticus Hensley. They meet in the mornings, actually, on Friday mornings at 7 a.m. Yes, believe it or not, high school students are showing up somewhere at 7 a.m. to make music. And I think that's pretty awesome. The members include Isabella Alamia, Cooper Yoder, George Watson, Garrett Sanders, Anthony Wonder, Christopher Leone, Abby Daniel, Bethany Nafziger, Ryan Hill, Thomas Carr, and Hunter Teal. What they will be playing includes Toccata from Orfeo, Trio No. 1 by Rika, Rondo by Hook, Prelude No. 4 by Chopin, and an arrangement of Simple Gifts by Mike Forbes. Please welcome the Tullahoma High School Tuba Euphonium Ensemble and their director, Mr. Hensley.
Hi there. As Mr. McFarlane said, as Martin said, this is our current edition of the THS Tuba Ensemble. And it's our chance to get to play some things that we would not get to play otherwise because we live in the back of the band. This group will be performing at the end of this year at the International Tuba Euphonium Conference in Knoxville, Tennessee on the UT campus, which is a big deal. It'll be the only high school group there. Let me let you hear them a little bit. And we've talked a lot today about connections with the past, that Tullahoma Band has roots that run very, very, very deep. The next thing we're going to play, when I started teaching for Stephen and Marion Coleman here in Tullahoma, I went through their library to see what they actually had. What kind of tuba ensemble literature do you have? Oh, we got a little bit of stuff back there, and I found these little manila folders filled with handwritten scrawl, and I was like, I don't even know what this is. And I started looking through it, and I realized this is all stuff by a man named James Garrett. I was like, whoa, 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 I know exactly who this is. How do you know James Garrett? Well, he taught lessons for us back in Waverly before we came to Tullahoma. I was like, wow, how did you get a hold of him? Well, he needed a job. James Garrett, if you are a follower of the Tennessee Tech Tuba Ensemble, probably you know him a little bit better as Pierre Garbage. He wrote tons of stuff for tuba ensemble, and we're lucky enough to have a few things that he left behind, and this is one. It's his arrangement of a James Hook rondo.
Yeah, let's hear it again one time. I think some more studio applause will be for
Yeah.
our tuba euphonium ensemble. Give it up for them one more time. You know, it's really neat, the opportunity that these young men and women are going to get when they go to the International Tuba and Euphonium Conference. I'm pretty sure, and Mr. Hensley can correct me if I'm wrong, that they are the only high school ensemble that has been selected for this prestigious event. And this brings in tuba and euphonium players from across the world. I mean, you'll have people from Argentina. There's a really famous tuba player that comes to every single event. And this is being housed at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, which I'm sure for Atticus it's really cool because he's a graduate of UTK.
Absolutely.
And so it's just really neat that these guys are going to get that opportunity.
Boy, and that many tubas and euphoniums gathered together, that is going to be one brown note. So, going on, if anybody caught that, you'll know what that means. It's a tuba joke.
We just got in word in the studio that this is the third time. What, you were making fun of tuba players?
Of course, I'm a trumpet player.
Well, yeah, that's true. This is the third time for them to perform at a regional conference. They did 2 SURTECs, which is a Southeast Regional Tuba Euphonium Conference. And so it's really cool that these guys are getting to do that. Well, how are we doing with donations?
Well, let's take it back over. I think we've got our graphic that we're going to show to see how we're doing with our donations.
Wow.
Oh, wow, cool. $4,535. Cool.
Ooh,
Let's get a big
yeah.
round of applause for that.
And, you know, the thermometer, yeah. This thermometer reminds me that we're really lucky that, you know, the weather's really nice today.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know we've had the up and down Tennessee weather here lately, and, you know, even though the weather's lovely, hopefully you're tuning in to your telethon and supporting the Tullahoma Band program. And you can come by live.
Yes. Come by live, donate in person.
And call that number, which that number is?
931-222-4THS or 4847. So I think we've got some new donations we want to recognize.
Exactly. We want to thank Southern Community Bank, band parent Jack Shuttleworth, Rhonda Ward, Peggy Burton, Kim Usselton, and she said this, we're reading this from script, in honor and appreciation of the directors.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Kim. She's also a school board member and band parent. We thank her for her support. GNC of Tullahoma and Winchester, we got a text actually on this one from a couple of our band parents who are the managers and owners of those stores.
Absolutely.
And they were very proud of the clarinet ensemble and wanted to send word that they were sending in a donation. And then also Claudia Vaden, we want to thank you for your support of your Tullahoma Band.
And remember, keep those donations coming in because it brings a smile to our face.
Still water.
Yeah, still water. Okay. So, you know, we've had a couple of donations here live on air and a lot of connections with Max Weaver. I wanted to talk about that for a second. Max Weaver was a longtime band director of the Tullahoma Band, did a great job, and we had the fortunate opportunity 2 years ago when we started our new fundraiser, the Marchathon that we do in the fall. We actually got to march to his house, and it was a really, really moving experience. I believe there's a video out there of it if you search on
Wasn't
YouTube.
he conducting the fight song?
Yes, and it was very interesting for him because I don't think he knew we were coming, and we marched up to his house and we arced up in front of the porch there, and I believe it was his daughter that brought him out, and we started playing the fight song, and it's so interesting how it just kicked in for him, and he immediately stood up and started conducting the band, and it was very, very cool, and so it's really neat to see all the influence that Max Weaver has had on generations of Tullahoma Band students.
And you know,
over the years.
our thoughts are with him and his family. We know he's had some health issues lately, and we want to send him our thoughts and prayers. And you know, the Tullahoma Band would not be without the previous directors like Max Weaver and the Colemans and those kind of people that have meant so much to this community. Yeah. And you know, you mentioned the Marchathon. That was a unique event in itself that you know, Greg and Justin kind of tooled based off of. Tell us about where the Marchathon concept kind of came from.
I actually stole it from some bands in Texas. Texas bands are known for, you know, community support and what they do to go out to support those communities. And we took kind of some of the ideas of different bands and put it into our own idea of what we wanted. And basically, we've been able to go out and play a lot of great music through the neighborhoods of Tullahoma and raise a lot of money to support this wonderful organization.
It's
so
really
unique.
It's really unique because people can pledge donations and request a lawn concert. If we're coming to your, and we'll do this again every year. It's our plan because it's just such a neat event. And if we're coming to your neighborhood and you want the band to play your fight song, your collegiate fight song, or one of our, famous stands tunes like, well, the tuba cheer.
Absolutely.
And that kind of stuff. And you can, since the tubas and euphoniums are still sitting here live in the studio, no, don't start playing it. I know you want to. And it was really neat this past year, and we're going to have an interview from our director of schools here in a little while. We got to actually play his alma mater's fight song, the Missouri
On his
fight
lawn.
song,
Yeah,
on his lawn
cool.
before he went to the football game. And so it's just kind of neat. It's a neat event, and actually other band programs in the state are modeling after that.
Absolutely.
They've seen our concept and they went, ooh, I think we can do that.
Yeah, so it's been a huge success for us, and we again want to appreciate to let everyone know how much we appreciate everything going on.
Something coming in live. We have 51 YouTube viewers
Oh wow,
right now.
That's way up from
Hi
earlier.
YouTube. That's
Hi
awesome.
YouTube. Thanks for joining in.
So
Appreciate
does that
it.
mean we're in cyberspace?
I don't know.
Are we digital?
I don't know.
Are we in Tron?
We're in the Matrix.
We're in the Matrix.
Yeah.
We're in the Matrix. So who are you?
I don't know. We don't exist if we're in the Matrix.
Oh, that's right. So we're like connected. Okay.
Whatever. Let's go on. We're talking too much. So next up, we have our wonderful promotional commercial that we're going to air again. So we're going to turn it over to that now. Here's our promotion commercial.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Hey, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that promotional commercial.
It doesn't get old.
It doesn't ever gets old. It's really cool to see that each time. So we want to thank everybody that's continued to support us today and tuning in, all the YouTube viewers. We got some new donations, right, Mr.
Yes,
McFarlane?
just in. We have Dr. Sean McBride, who was with us live earlier in the studio, Jeannie Coulter, band mom and secretary of the Booster organization. We even have a donation from Catherine Cox, who is a graduate of the program, trumpet player and music major and music ethnomusicologist.
Yes, she actually came visited the school last year and did some performances for us. It was really, really neat.
This one's a special one. I know these people pretty well. Cindy and Rusty Williamson, that's my mom and stepdad. Michelle and Chris Leone and Beverly Daniel. We want to thank all of you for your support. Remember that phone number, 931-222-4THS, 4847, TullahomaBand.org. PayPal, come by live. No amount is too small, too large. We appreciate everybody's support. And our ongoing sponsors, we want to always shout out to you.
We've got Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Livewell, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP, IWS, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sinorama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and T-Shirt Spots. We want to thank our ongoing sponsors there. We really, really appreciate everything they do for the band program.
So next we're going to watch Asian Sketches again. And if you've been with us the whole time, you're going to get to see it again. You know, we expect people, some will tune in for a while, come back, you know, leave us on in the background, hopefully still, you know, tolerating us by the end of this ordeal. But we're going to show Asian Sketches again for one reason. These kids, we had a lot of rain this year.
Absolutely,
We've referenced that earlier, and they really didn't get to perform in a venue as much as we would have liked. We were lucky that our awesome school administration and school body let us perform for the students at a pep rally, which was really cool. But it rained a lot, and so some of our marching competitions got rained out. I mean, it was torrential at the Lower Antioch experience, and then even in Alabama it rained a lot on us. But we talked with Mr. Atticus Hensley before about some of the music, and now I want to look at it from more of a visual aspect. We mentioned earlier the props and some of the theatrics that went into this, and we even have in studio right now some of our band parents that worked so diligently on making. Actually, the cameraman right now is a band dad who helped design the props for the show.
He's not listening.
He's not listening. He's
Thank
working.
you, Arlen, for all the work you did on our props this year.
He gave us a thumbs up, and we got some, yeah, there we go. And so, you know, that's a huge element in a reputation the Tullahoma Band has of our the showmanship we put on, the schmack, for better, you know, for lack of a better word. But this year, the drill, the movements on the field, Mr. Scott actually did that. He spent time doing that. So talk a little bit about how that process.
Well, it was very interesting. I decided last year that this is something I wanted to try to take on and do myself. I travel around the country a lot and get to see a lot of band programs, and I get to study a lot of what other bands do and watching their drill and design process and all of that. So I wanted to give it a shot this year and had a lot of fun doing it. It's a very unique process because not only do we have to have obviously the right number of dots on the field, and we have to form those shapes and things that move around, but you got to have the instrumentation and who's being featured at that moment correct. So if the trumpets are being featured in a moment, for example, I have to write that in such a way where they are front and center. We have to keep percussion obviously behind, and this year that was a little easier because we had the stages that they were on. But that did present a little bit of a challenge in the fact that that stage did not move, and so we had to work our way around that and, you know, not walk into it.
And you know,
basically,
drill writers, you know, have various ways that they approach it. And I know back in the day that if you were writing drill, you were doing this by hand.
Yes.
I've heard story about using light brights. For those of you in the audience that remember a light bright, and they actually would poke dots where people were previously to figure it out. So talk a little bit about and I know you use a program.
Yes, I use a program called Piware. Honestly, probably I think the hardest thing about designing the drill was learning the computer program. The design process wasn't so hard for me. I'm kind of a little OCD, and I like to put things in their places and all of that, and just ask
look
the
at
kids.
his desk.
So
it's also Harry Potter themed.
It was yeah. Gosh, I'm just a big dork, aren't I? So, but it was a fun process getting to do all that and kind of sit down and piece it all together and put the drill together with the music and, you know, the shapes that we form on the field. You know, I try to design it in a way that it reflects the feeling of the music at the time. For softer, prettier sections, it helps to have, you know, more rounded form. For, you know, agitated type loud sections, sometimes you'll see where the band is in more of a block form or an edgier, you know, type of form.
And I think one of my favorite parts from Asian Sketches is you'll see during the percussion feature, which is the second number, right? It's the second number.
Yes,
When the winds condense into a small square block, and then there's even some visual movement that goes along with it. Because the first thing we work on is where do you go, and then we add more elements later on. And that's just part of the process. And I think the parents and the community really enjoy seeing the show develop.
Yeah,
as it goes. And it's just neat to see the kids. They're reading coordinates. I mean, it's logistics on how I go from here to there and managing that while playing an instrument or spinning a huge flag with silk attached to it or whatever. And it's our drill isn't, if those of you who've seen collegiate marching bands like who's the one that has all the different like Michael Jackson shows, was that Ohio State?
Ohio State, yeah.
And so you see all the different shapes of them. Our stadiums that we perform at aren't that high, so you don't see all that stuff, but you still, the forms, like Mr. Scott said, have a relationship to the music.
Yeah, and it's really a unique thing. When you think about, especially for a freshman, just 3 years earlier, they were just sitting in a chair picking up an instrument for the first time, learning how to play it, and some idiot somewhere in the world said, hey, let's throw him out in a marching band field and make him move around.
Make him run around. And actually, there's been a lot of debate about marching band and, is it a sport? Is it an activity? Is it an art form? And I think it's a little bit of them all. And, we referenced Drum Corps International earlier with Dr. McBride. They actually did a test one time with a professional marching band member to see how much effort it took to actually do that activity, and it was on par with any sport, because not only are they running around at high rates of speed, they also are having to be artistic and do things, from dance and music and all sorts of things that, not a lot of young people feel confident enough, and band's an outlet for them to be able to be confident with that group. And so I think it's time for us to see the fantastic 2015 award-winning Asian Sketches.
Hey guys, we're here live in our Center of Operations, and we've got a lot of phone calls coming in with donations. We have Sam Usselton and Blake White here who are manning the phones for us. Really appreciate all the hard work that they're doing. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that you guys aren't seeing. We've got a lot of students involved with being out in the town. We've got students over at Lowe's and different various businesses and mall and stuff taking up donations, and so we really appreciate those community members that are helping out and all the students that are helping out accepting those donations. We have people behind the scenes, the cameraman, we have all the ensembles that are performing, so there's a lot going on today, and we really appreciate everybody tuning in. So I believe we've got some more donations. We're going to put our graphic back up to see where we're at on our totals. Looks like we are at $5,515 as of 3:30. That's great. Thank you so much. Appreciate everyone that has donated to us today, and keep those calls coming in. And now we're going to turn it back over to Atticus Hensley and Martin McFarlane as they introduce our next segment.
We're back. We're glad we got to air that Asian Sketches again and some information from the phones. And, you know, here in the studio, because of the sound, we can't hear what was actually said in that room. So just in case, 931
222
4
THS,
which is 4847.
47.
And you can go to tullahomaband.org and donate via PayPal. Come in live, and we appreciate those donations. No amount too small.
Oh, drive-bys. Drive-bys are great.
You can just throw it.
I looked at the bucket a little while ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
How's it doing?
There have been drive-bys.
Drive-bys.
Yes.
You could stop and say hello as well if you wish, but if you're in a rush and you're just trying to get out, so some of this beautiful weather, we hope you're tuning in, but we also hope you are supporting. Speaking of support, our sponsors, our ongoing corporate sponsors, we couldn't do this without you. Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Live Well, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP, IWS, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sinorama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and T-Shirt Spot. We hope you're tuning in here on LightTUBe Channel 6, Charter Channel 193, and
watching live on YouTube.
Which we had 51 earlier. I'm sure we might be up, down. We'll find that out later.
I got a text from a former student in Chicago.
Really?
Watching right now.
Who's that?
That's Catherine Cox. We talked about her a minute ago.
And she donated. Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, we hope people are watching everywhere. I think that we're about to go to another pre-recorded video, but this one's unique.
Yeah, we are exceedingly lucky in Tullahoma with our administration in general. We have great principals. We have an outstanding school board.
Well, there's one principal, that's kind of
so.
They're
breaking him in, but
yeah,
he'll be okay.
Dean of Men, or
yeah.
Actually, he's great. We're just kidding.
But all of that, the attitude, the direction of that administration comes from the top.
Yep.
And I think there we are most intensely blessed.
Right, and Dr. Dan Lawson, we are absolutely blessed because not only does he support our teachers no matter what, he supports the arts wholeheartedly, and that's something for those of you who don't know, I spent time in another great county in another great band program. I was lucky enough to be the band director in Wilson County for 7 years, and it was great community, great support, but there's always something to be said, like Atticus just mentioned, about leadership.
That's everything.
And the first time I walked into not a faculty meeting, but what do we call that at the beginning of the year? The summit.
Yes, our little summit speech.
Yeah, and listening to Dr. Lawson speak about how he values what we do on a daily basis and instilling things that the band instills on a regular basis, character, chemistry, compassion, what was the other C?
Courage.
Courage. We have to be courageous. But anyways, having somebody like him at the helm allows us to do what we do very freely. And Atticus has had the good fortune of working with him on an administrative role.
Yes, I've gotten the opportunity over the past few years to transition from being that brass specialist that got to come in and teach lessons every day and help out with 6th grade, to actually being a band director, to being able to take sort of a teacher leader role where Tullahoma has been on the leading edge in the state of Tennessee, and by extension of that, in the nation, in changing the way fine arts and other non-tested subjects are assessed, so that when you have that rock star teacher, you can identify that person and support them any way they need. When you find that teacher that needs some help, you can get support in that direction. And our school system's been very, very good about that.
Well, and then technology is another component that Tullahoma City Schools is well known for. Our students from, correct me if I'm wrong, it's grades 2 through, how full 1-to-1 are we?
We are 1-to-1. We don't take Chromebooks home until 3rd grade.
Right. But this is an opportunity that these students have technology, and we utilize this on a regular basis,
Yes.
middle school and high school students.
It has changed the way at the middle school we do all of our, we no longer do playing tests in class.
Right, where a student would have to sit still while, you went through 30 some odd, flute number 1, clarinet number 2,
And
or
you
whatever.
might sit there for an entire class.
And,
like that.
and quite honestly, that's unfair to the kids. It's a waste of their time.
We've gained effectively 10 class days a year.
Easily, right.
Just by able to do
And
that.
Tullahoma City Schools is at the forefront of that because they're pushing, all these Chromebooks and digital textbooks.
Open source textbooks. We regularly have administrators that are either doing video conferences or presenting at conferences
Right.
across the nation. They've talked to other school systems throughout this country. I know for a fact that they have dealt with school systems in Taiwan.
Right. Wow.
There are people around the world looking at what has done here. We are a Google school system. We use all Google products. But Google has kind of turned their head around and said, hey, you're the example. We actually had a symposium here last year sponsored by them with presentations done by our teacher leaders to school systems all across the state and the Southeast.
Band was featured as part of that.
Yes. Yeah. We have, instead of taking let's run from it and hope for the best role, we just embraced it.
Well, we teach the kids on a daily basis how to integrate technology to help them. For instance, Google Calendar, and I'm a huge proponent of Google Calendar. I have reminders. I know Mr. Hensley has reminders on our phones just to make sure we're following through with dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
Sometimes I hate my phone, but it's there.
The reminders. But and if you're ever wondering what's going on with the Tullahoma Band, go to tullahomaband.org and check out the calendar on there. There's a Google Calendar that you can sync and see what's going on for performances and rehearsals and that kind of stuff. But it's really neat to have this school system that is on the forefront of this and pushing this because it's benefiting these young people in future endeavors.
Absolutely. When we talk about college and career ready, we don't just talk about classes. It's not just a matter of having a grade that allows you to move on. Tullahoma City School System is very big about educating the entire child.
Right.
Whether that be, how will you conduct yourself as a citizen past graduation? How will you go about conducting yourself as, a member of the business community, the arts community? The expectation is that you will participate and be a contributor throughout your life.
And it's great. I mean, it's just something that we are really blessed and fortunate to have here.
Yes.
And, we've talked a lot about this, about how with Dr. Lawson at the helm, he is one, and we hope you're following us on Twitter, as we've mentioned. He is one that is a huge Twitter guru.
Oh, absolutely.
And I saw recently, and I think we were both jealous of this, that they went to a convention or a conference at Skywalker Ranch. Do I remember seeing something like that?
They were,
And I think there was a couple of band directors that they could have taken along.
I don't remember getting an invite. I was kind of a little upset about that.
Maybe it was something about the prequels. Maybe you said something at the...
I have been noted for that. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right.
We
pretend that those don't exist.
There's 4 movies, right?
So you accept Force Awakens?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, back on
There are 4 movies.
There are 4 movies. Back on script a little bit, but that was a good aside. Dr. Lawson is constantly sharing the great things that are in Tullahoma, but something that we shared with him, and you shared specifically as a private student, was his son, Miles Lawson, as a tuba player in the Tullahoma Band.
It has been interesting being, sort of an extended part of the Lawson family and seeing, that philosophy that is put in place within the school system, seeing it function within the family. I get to teach every day with his son, Matt.
Right, at
he's
East Middle School.
Right at the other end of the building. And when I see Matt, I see the extension of the parenting that has happened there, both with Dan and with Karen, who teaches over at West. But I actually got to work with Miles, from 6th grade on, and that was just a treat.
Right.
Because early on, I would watch Miles in class, and he really, he seemed to enjoy himself.
Sure.
Okay, and everything was fun, but you could tell that this wasn't really clicking for him. And then one day we sat down, and I said, there's a couple other instruments in the band we haven't tried. What would you think about being a percussionist? He was like, no.
You saved the best for last.
I saved the best for last. I said, well, what about being a tuba player?
Oh, yeah.
And his eyes just opened up. Tuba.
Yes. I think that happens to a lot of us.
That's important, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. And, by the time he graduated, he was an all-state tuba player.
Exactly.
He worked so hard during that time and was such a pleasure to work with. And that was right when I made my transition. You know, when he went to the high school, I made my transition to being at the middle schools full time. That was kind of a downer for me, but I still was able to keep up with him along the way.
Sure. And, you know, Dr. Lawson has talked about how when he first came to Tullahoma, one of his first ways of learning what was going on in the community was through the Tullahoma Band website. And I think in a similar case, he got to learn more about what band means to this community through his son, which was really a neat opportunity because, you know, you can see what we do on a regular basis, but to have somebody living it on a daily basis.
And when you do something like the band did last year, you know, going to TMEA and performing, you know, who's going to be first there in line to go?
Yeah.
You know, that's representing.
Exactly.
And it's not just for the band. He does that for everybody.
So we're really blessed here in Tullahoma to have a great leader in Dr. Dan Lawson. We're going to now go to a video interview that Mr. Justin Scott did with Dr. Dan Lawson, Director of Schools, Tullahoma.
Hi folks, we're here with Dr. Dan Lawson, Director of Schools for Tullahoma City. And today we're going to talk about the impact of music and arts as well as the band's upcoming Pearl Harbor performance. So thank you, Dr. Lawson, for meeting with us this morning. We appreciate it.
You bet. It's always good to be here.
Great. So we got a couple of questions for you. First of all, as Director of Schools, you oversee many educational programs that benefit our students. What would you say are some of the specific benefits that the arts have provided to our students and our community?
You know, it's a little sad to say, but in the education world today, we think that everything that is of value has to be measurable, when in fact there are an awful lot of components that we provide in education that are terribly difficult to measure, but immensely valuable. If I consider the arts, that's certainly one of those programs that it's hard to quantify. It's hard to look at the actual value in terms of a number on an assessment of some sort. But when I look at how it changes the lives of students, when I look at how it reinforces work ethic, when I look at how it cultivates an appreciation for the world around them, there is no doubt about the fact that an investment in the arts is an investment in the future for our community and our nation.
Great. It's awesome to hear. So the arts have impacted your own children and your family, and a number of your children have been involved in many of the musical organizations. What are some of the things that they took from that and have now, you know, used some of those skills, I assume, in the later life now that they've all graduated and are in the real world?
Yeah, I think the work ethic, you know, if you think about practicing your low brass that my son was tasked with, that has helped him with the work ethic, that has helped him with the idea that the work situation is not always going to be great, because he will reflect on band camp when he's doing some things that aren't exactly the most fun part of his experience. When I think about my daughter and her preparation for a legal career, a lot of that preparation was about being on stage in front of people as she competed in singing. So I think there is certainly some portability. And there is certainly value just in appreciating the different cultures, the different ideas. And I think that's something that music brings to us and the arts bring to us that we can't find elsewhere.
Very good. So 25 years ago, the Tullahoma Band was one of the first civilian groups to perform at Pearl Harbor. We are going back for the 75th anniversary. It's a very significant performance. We're very excited to be invited to be a part of this. So what do you think this is, how big of a significance is this for our community and for our school system?
Well, when I think about significance, I think about how it will serve the kids who are taking this trip. This will certainly be a life-changing event for many kids, not just from the perspective of stepping off a plane and having a lei put around their neck, but from the perspective of seeing the USS Arizona, seeing that oil seep up, and understand the sacrifice that's been made for them to be able to do what they're doing today. We can talk about historical events from a perspective of a textbook or these social studies, but actually going and being and seeing and doing is something that will become integral in the lives of those kids, and they will carry with them forever. I would love to see us be able to travel more in experiences like this, because those experiences are truly ingrained in our memory, and they truly become a part of who we are and what we do.
Very good, very good. Well, I know I'm excited. It'll be my first time going to Pearl Harbor, and I know a lot of our students are. So we want to thank Dr. Lawson for your time.
You bet.
We appreciate the community tuning in today, and we're going to turn it back over to our telethon. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. I got back here pretty quick, didn't I?
And you changed.
I know. I'm the Flash.
You're we're on live TV. You can't do that.
No, I am the Flash.
Oh,
like the
comic book.
Yes.
Whew. This has got to be a family show, man. Well, we want to thank again Dr. Lawson for all that he does for the band program, for our community, for the school system, and thank him for his time in that interview. We're really fortunate in that.
Absolutely. Want to throw that number out again for all those donations, 931-222-4THS or
4847, which we know donations make us smile. We should wait. Time out. We should clink this time. Let's try it again. Hold on. Put it now.
Okay.
Donation. Wait. Should we say the number again?
931-222-4THS
or
4847.
Donations make us smile.
Oh, wow.
We should practice. Stillwater.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, I know. What are we doing now?
We are going to another video that Chris Redicop found that is very, very powerful. This one's called Witness to History. Interviews some of the survivors that were there that day on the attack. Very, very emotional video. I do suggest you get your tissues ready. Very powerful, but I think it's going to be very meaningful for many of our audience members today.
And this is, as we talked about with the Mr. Dean interview, these heroes, because that's what they are. They survived a tragedy. They survived something that was a very, very scary day that I know we've heard that they don't remember much before December 7th or maybe not even after, but that day burns into their memory.
Absolutely.
So I think it's time for a very moving, very somber movie or documentary, Witness to History.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, NBC. Hello, NBC. This is KTU in Honolulu, Hawaii. We have witnessed this morning a distant view, a brief battle off Pearl Harbor, and a severe bombing of Pearl Harbor by enemy planes, undoubtedly Japanese.
I don't remember very much, if anything, about December 6th, but I must say, of all the days of my entire life, the only one I remember almost every minute of the day was December 7th.
I began to hear a lot of aircraft roaring overhead. So I looked out the side window of the house. I remember the bullets hitting the ground right in front of my eyes and not knowing what that meant.
I turned around and I looked out. About that time is when I seen there were 4 planes coming at a direct, shooting right straight at us. You couldn't see the torpedoes drop, but when he turned up and went away like this, you could actually see him, and you could see the torpedoes coming straight at us. And that would be, I would say, they was less than 300 feet from us when you first spotted them.
I was sound asleep in my pajamas. I had the lower bunk or 2-bunk room, and my roommate was above me, and the gong went off and absolutely just blew you out of your bed. Just bang, bang, bang. And then when the gong stopped, then was the bugle, general quarters. I can hear that bugle now. And then when the bugle stopped, here came on the loudspeaker, "Man your battle stations, we're being bombed. This is no drill." And wow, that for reveille gets you up pretty. That gets your attention.
And all of a sudden, we heard the planes just going back and forth and shooting at each other. And my father said, "Run!" So we ran under a big tree. And I remember hanging onto the bark of the tree and looking up and seeing planes shooting at each other.
We could hear the machine gun bullets hitting the turret. We felt the thud of the torpedo, and we took the sight cap off our periscope, looked through it, and bam, there went the Arizona. And I estimated about 32 bodies went flying through the air.
Well, about that time, someone shouted, "Dive bombers, dive bombers." And I ran over to the port side where the call had come from and looked up, and here were it was a line of dive bombers. And then number 3 came down, and when he let his bomb go, it didn't drift anywhere. It just got bigger. And I knew just from the sight of it that this was a direct hit. And the thing that flashed through my mind is that you're a dead man. You're going to get killed. And my first thought then was, Mother, I'm sorry. I'm not going to make it.
I remember going down to leaving the hospital to the triage area where I was in the morgue, walking down probably 200 yards to the channel, and seeing the desolation and the carnage. There's still bodies in the water floating here and there, and the smoke and the oil and the grease. It was very depressing, and people cried unashamedly. And then, okay, that's enough for that. Let's get back to work attitude.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
And we're back live with the 2016 Telethon.
Yes, indeed, we're back, and we got a little update here, a few thank yous to throw out. Some donators from around the town and around the country. Thank you to Dorothy Wonder, Ben Hensley. Ben Hensley.
What's that mean?
I know him.
How do you know him?
That's my brother.
Oh, that's really
his
cool.
wife Amanda, Casey Crawford, and Lynette DeWolf here in town. And here's the exciting one. This is something we really haven't had a feel on so far, because we've had people all around town handing out flyers. They're they're talking to people, and we have right now an update saying that we've got $705 in donations on the street. Just not even here at LightTUBe.
Which is awesome, because the community is seeing these students in action. And what you can't see at home is, I just saw outside the studio a bus drive by. We have a band parent that's driving a bus regularly throughout the day. We have students working as bouncers, as greeters. Bouncers sounds too intimidating. But seriously, they are
managers.
Managers, there you go. But they're keeping people from interrupting this amazing live broadcast. And, so they're working in all capacities. There's students helping. There's people that are simply, making sure that these are staying full.
I don't have one. This is Justin.
Yeah, you don't want to drink after that. Trumpet player. Yeah. He's not. We're good. We're good. So, want to remind people as you are watching this awesome event to call in, because donations do make us happy.
Well, let me do this one. I'm good with this.
Okay, you say it. Go.
931-222-4THS. That is 4847.
And where can they go online?
You could go to TullahomaBand.org.
There's a PayPal button on the right side.
Absolutely.
Follow us on.
Well, Twitter. Absolutely. Where else? If there's Facebook.
Facebook.
Now there's a private page. There's also a public.
Exactly. Fan page. So if you're not, the official page is more for people to, who are currently in the band, so they get updates, that kind of stuff. Right. The official or the non-official page, the fan page, is for people just to see what's going on, to keep up with the program. And also, kids are really, the students are really into Instagram. That's kind of the new social media.
What if you're an alumni? And you want.
You can follow any of them. You can follow any of the groups, but there is an alumni band Facebook group as well. Okay. The Instagram is really neat just because it shows a lot of pictures, and the kids have a lot of fun kind of tagging and sharing pictures through that, because it's not quite as wordy and overwhelming as some of the other social medias are. It's strictly pictures, which is great. And you just search Tullahoma Band. All of the what are they called? They're not hashtags, but the names, the username.
I only do Twitter.
Yeah. What is that called on Twitter? It's called a handle? No.
Something like that.
I don't know.
Twitter name.
The Twitter thingamajiggy. That would be Tullahoma Band, all one word. But we're really excited about this next part. We're going to get to feature something that Mr. Hensley and I get to work with on a daily basis.
This is my daily treat. Hey? Oh my.
Oh my.
Hey.
Oh, Mr. Hensley has.
Yes.
Now let's do it.
I can smile too.
What do we say? You know what makes us happy?
What makes us happy?
Donations.
Donations.
Clink.
Absolutely.
Is yours water?
Yes.
That's good. Does the body good. So what are we doing now?
Okay, so why would I want to get up every morning and drive from Murfreesboro to Tullahoma?
Because these students are amazing.
Indeed. I have students that, and we're getting ready to see a few here in a few minutes. school doesn't just start at 8 o'clock or 8:15 if you're at the high school. Okay? School for Tullahoma Middle School band starts sometimes as early as 7:20, 7:30.
Kind of like the tuba ensemble we were talking about earlier.
Very much the same. We have kids who will come in and practice in the band rooms in the morning. They'll come in and work in small ensembles if they need extra time to do playing tests or just a quiet place to be to play. So we hit the ground running early, and it's just so much fun for me to see throughout the year, especially with those 8th graders, because we get to have homeroom with them.
Yes.
And that's like a little bit of extra time that we get to make that bond, to kind of pull them a little bit deeper into the fold. And I think they enjoy having that safe place too.
And and with our middle school students, you got to realize that they're on a level that is not common for middle school students.
We don't let them be common.
Exactly.
They don't have a chance to be common.
A quote that Atticus and I were talking about the other day, one of our fabulous administrators, Miss Cindy Herrera, who had a student involved with the program. Her daughter was in the color guard, right?
Yeah.
She came in to tell the story. You were there.
Well, long story, very, very short. She brought a group into the band room and was asking me to describe what was going on in the band room, and I stuttered and stammered a bit, and finally she put out a statement that basically said, "We do awesome,"
which is true. These kids do awesome in everything that they do, musically and citizenship and everything.
It is my mission, and as I know as is yours as well, because we get to do this together every morning.
Right.
That we can't just have a middle school band.
No.
When people say, well, we're getting ready to go listen to the middle school band play, and usually the next statement is, in Tullahoma, when people say that, we're going to go listen to the middle school band play. Well, if they've never heard the middle school band, they might say, oh, and then they hear it.
Right.
And almost without fail. And this starts out in 6th grade, with Mr. Clark and Mr. Scott. Everyone after that very first 6th grade concert says, wow, I didn't know you. How could you do that?
Well, the early
semester?
sounds that sound like, maybe a dying seagull when they first make that first sound, and then all the way to that first concert. The best way to kind of put it, and I was just thinking about this, is these students, we've had student teachers over the years who've commented on this, at how advanced they are at such a young level. They're doing calculus in 7th grade math. I mean, we're asking them to do things in key signatures and rhythmic complexities that are not
This is not
middle school. And,
we very regularly program music that is commissioned for young high school bands.
Right, exactly. And it's teaching them professionalism in whatever they do. We're going to treat them like the professionals that they are.
I was told very early on, during my 15 years of student teaching with Stephen and Marion, that if you treat them like a professional group,
they will act it.
They'll act it, and they'll play it.
And everything that the middle school does is to get them ready for high school.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of an adage, with band directors, that behind every good high school band, there's a really strong middle school program.
Exactly.
And if you look at any program, certainly in this state, you'll see that. Some of the best middle school stuff going on you'll find in the very same places where you see the very best high school.
And that goes from everything from, they get to do middle school football games, not in the same capacity as the high school football game.
We have a lot of fun.
We have a lot of fun. We do a lot of neat music, and there's always something crazy going on, whether it's a pie in the face or.
I've seen that happen. Yes.
I've seen that happen. I saw it
You saw it up close.
up close and personal. And then they give their concerts. They get to be involved with mid-state and chamber ensembles and lessons, all of which that's culminating, pushing them towards high school band.
Yeah. And so by the time they get to that freshman year, they've got all the tools in place.
Right.
They're ready to step in
and that's the
do
goal.
The job.
So as Justin and I were referring to earlier, when they walk in that first day of band camp, the dreaded band camp, that they aren't, they're trying to figure out to move, which is hard enough by itself.
Right.
But they have the musical concepts to be able to
play.
make it happen. So let's feature some of these middle school students.
Okay. What we did is, this is one of those groups that comes in and practices in the mornings over at EMS. It's all 8th graders, and let's make sure we got the full list here. I know that we had Jacob Howell.
Here we are.
We had Douglas Tilley. I'll point to it. Patrick Watts, Lizzie Lawson, Bailey Johnstone, Dalton Parkerson, and these guys, they did most of this work on their own.
Right.
I have fun because I can just step in and sit and play with them whenever I want to, and then I can jump out and take care of getting ready for class, and they just keep on going.
And this 8th grade group is, there are high school bands that This isn't meant as a dig, but there are high school bands that don't sound and play as well as this 8th grade group.
They've had a lot of fun doing this.
So let's go ahead and turn it over to selections from the Canadian Brass Quintets with the Tullahoma Middle School Brass Choir.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, those middle schoolers did a great job.
And you know, they did the majority of that work on their own.
That's really
the
cool.
cool thing about it.
Very, very cool. So coming up next, we've got one of our classic shows, Wherefore Art Thou? And we're going to talk a little bit about that one. That was a very, very
One of
unique
my
show for us.
favorites. Yeah.
And we had LightTUBe, welcome. We had two students, Ricky Nelson and Hope Woodard, that played the characters on the field of Romeo and Juliet. Did a great job with that, which you'll see in the
actually
video.
took dancing lessons over the summer.
Absolutely,
for that, didn't they?
yeah. Yeah, it was very unique, unique experience for them. We also have Dan Lawson does the voiceover at the very beginning of the show. Some people didn't know that. But let's talk a little bit about the music from this show.
Well, the one thing that really sticks out would be the ballad. Okay? The ballad was an issue. You know, you had picked the tune. I mean, this is one that was close to your heart. It was going to be there.
Well, this was kind of the underlying theme of what drew us to this idea of the show, and that was the song "Don't Cry" by Seal. And many of you know the artist Seal. He's a great pop artist. He's got some great stuff out there. But we originally just came to the table, and you had written an arrangement, and I remember that rehearsal and how that happened.
And that first big rehearsal we had, I can't remember if it was a Monday or Tuesday, but we kind of sit and listen to it, and the band played it very well. And we were unimpressed. I mean, even I was like, you like I said earlier, you kind of get invested over the summer. You live it, and my family's heard it over and over and over again, and they've gotten quizzed about it, and we listened to it in rehearsal, and we just kind of knew this was not happening. So I think that night I did some tweaks, and we tried the tweaks.
Actually, I think we did the full band rehearsal. I remember this. You left. You said, "I got to get this done," and we said, "Go home." And you locked yourself in a room and you wrote for hours and redid the entire middle portion of that show.
And that was Wednesday.
And
Wednesday, I just was like, this was not going to happen, and that was a long night.
Yep, and then you came back the next day and had produced something amazing. It is still one of my favorite things I think you've ever written for the
completely
Tullahoma
different.
Band. It was
completely different
awesome.
take.
Just awesome. Very, very cool. So before we go to that video, we do have an update. Apparently, we are $40 away from reaching $6,000.
That close.
$40 away from reaching $6,000. So, folks, please continue to call in, give us those donations. That number again is 931-222-4THS or 4847. And don't forget, those donations, they bring a smile.
Still water.
You think if we hit 10,000 that you might take your hair down out of the ponytail?
I will take my hair down for $10,000.
Hey, folks, accept that challenge. Atticus Hensley will take his hair out of the ponytail if we reach $10,000. So let's get those phone calls in. All right, so let's turn it over to the Tullahoma Band's production of Wherefore Art Thou?
Drum makers Caleb Stripe, Nicola Maddie, and Mallory Nix. Is your band ready for competition? Tullahoma High School Band, you may take the field for competition.
True households, both alike in dignity, in fair romance, where they are seen. From ancient blood, great to new, where civil blood, where civil hands unseen. From fortification going of each people, a perilous art of
till it be morrow.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed that performance of Wherefore Art Thou. So, Martin, looks like we got some new people to recognize here in just a second, but we've got our phone operators live going on right now. We've got Sam Sutton and Zane Sharp accepting live donations on our phones.
931-222-4THS. That's
or
4847. You can go to tullahomaband.org. Thank you to Zane and Sam for taking those phone calls live in the studio. You can call if it's busy. Call back. Call
Absolutely.
often. Pledge online, tullahomaband.org, or come here to Tub. And I think we have a special offer for those people that are coming in. If
Absolutely.
they come in live, there's something going on.
Here is our challenge. For the next 10 people that come to the studio, you come here to the studio and donate $50, you will get one of these band hats right here. So that's the next 10 people that come to the studio live in person and donate $50. You're going to get a band hat right there, and we'll give that to you. And so we send that challenge out and hope everybody comes on down and donates here.
Donations make us smile.
Make us smile.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, so we have some thank yous because people are pledging regularly. The phones have been busy. The online PayPal account's been busy. We've had people coming in live, and as Atticus and I referred to earlier, even people in the streets that are seeing these students giving flyers out are supporting.
Yep.
We want to thank specifically Eric and Valerie Bjorn, two of our band parents we've mentioned who've done some great videography, easy for me to say, with us. Cynthia Reddicop, who's working here live in the studio and is a fabulous band parent of ours. Casey Crawford, John Ponder, Bill Phillips, and David Ruck.
Cool.
We
So thank you.
appreciate that support.
Yeah, awesome.
So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to hear our trombone ensemble.
Yeah, and I think they want to show the graphic. Is that right?
Oh, we
cool.
got the
Let's go live
thermometer.
to the graphic and see where we're standing right now, folks.
Oh.
$6,085. Yeah, so we meet that 6,000. We
Yeah,
met that
let's get some
6,000 mark,
studio
so we got
applause
that
on that.
$40.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Our thermometer is growing.
Yes, let's get that thermometer all the way to the top and
beyond.
Busting, and well, we don't want to get mercury everywhere. Isn't that poisonous?
I'm sure we could come up with a band dad or band mom that could make an explosion happen if we needed it.
There you go.
But mercury probably not a good
And please
idea.
don't forget the other challenge. If we reach $10,000, Atticus Hensley will take his ponytail down.
And, very few people have seen that.
It's a sight to be seen, folks.
It's a legend.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a myth and legend. We were really fortunate at Tullahoma that we have a lot of really high caliber student teachers that come down to work with us.
Absolutely.
And they come from various universities. And actually, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Justin Scott was a student teacher here at Tullahoma with Stephen Marion Coleman.
Yep.
And actually, dating ourselves, you were a student teacher when I was a student in the program.
Yes.
I guess I'm not dating ourselves, I'm dating him.
What?
Nothing? No, not that. No. Age. Date. Okay, there's another blooper reel one. This is great.
What would Jimmy Fallon say to that? Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I'm not doing that.
yeah.
So no, that makes me feel old.
Yeah,
Wow. Thank
well,
you.
And
Thanks for that so much. And on that awkward note,
Now, what
so
are we gonna
let's
say? We
where
should
are we
talk
going
about our
here?
student
Oh,
teacher, our
yeah,
student teacher.
Blair Booth. Blair Booth is our current student teacher from MTSU. He's doing an incredible job, and he's been working with the group you're about to hear, our trombone ensemble. And this ensemble consists of students Ryan Hill, Dryden Young, Will Holder, James Johnson, Ethan Young, Andrew Leone, Hunter Teal, Peter DeWolf, and they're going to be playing a few different pieces for us. You're going to hear Fanfare for Trombones, God of Our Fathers. Right? Am I saying that? You got to make sure I get these right. Scarborough Fair, and then they're going to close things out with Battle Hymn of the Republic. All right, so we're going to turn it over to our trombone ensemble under the direction of Mr. Blair Booth, our student teacher. All right, thank you again, trombones. So, interesting fact, did you know that the original name for the trombone, Mr. McFarlane, was the sack butt?
Doesn't sound very pretty. Not as
No,
pretty as they
no.
just played that, especially that last tune.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Look it up, though. It's true. It's true. I'm glad they changed that back to trombone.
And we again thank our student teacher, Mr. Blair Booth, for working with them and all the students involved with that. We just got a word in.
Oh, cool. Okay, so we got some new people to thank. Got some donations from Robert Wright, 5-time alumni band dad, John and Mandy White, Lynette DeWolf. Again, we'd like to thank Papa John's, Gondola. I was told I've been saying that wrong. I'm sorry. Gondola Pizza, Chick-fil-A, and they've been feeding our kids today, so we really want to thank them and appreciate those donations from all those individuals and businesses.
So we've been told that in telethon fashion that we should, as the event progresses, do something. And so
Well, I think after that embarrassing exchange earlier, it is time to loosen our ties.
You know, we only do what we can.
Yeah, because I think you're cutting off some blood to your head there, buddy.
Hey, now. I can't unbutton. That's the problem.
I'm not helping you. I'm sorry.
Don't help me, please. We're going to do this. You read that.
Okay, we got a few more sponsors that we'd like to thank that help our band throughout the season, not just today, but Russell Barnett Automotive Family, GNC Live Well, Action Graphics, Stan McNabb Automotive, Southern Electric, JSP, IWS, Citizens Tri-County Bank, Traders Bank, Sinorama, Tennessee Tanning Company, LightTUBe, and T-Shirt Spot. So we want to thank those sponsors for all they do throughout the year.
Don't forget the next, however many it was, we had said that the next 10 people.
Next 10 people that come to the studio and donate $50 or more, you're going to get one of these hats right here. But you got to come to the studio live in person. So come on down as soon as you can and give us a donation. We'd love to have it.
Call in 931-222-4THS 4847. We're going to go to another marching video, another show of the past, and this is actually a show that I was in. It was my freshman year. We called it Music of the Nile. It was the year 2000, and there were some neat props involved with this one. We had a puppet. I guess that's the best way to put it. A large puppet. It was 18 foot tall mummy that was on the field that kind of sauntered around the field, and then we had a pyramid on the field. Actually, we might have had 2 pyramids on the field, and those were all constructed by our great band parents who just, if we need something, they make it happen. One of the things I remember specifically in the percussion feature, there was a moment when the percussion is marching down in formation and the guard is surrounding them, and as they're doing their guard routine, their flag maneuvers, it looks like they're rowing a boat.
Oh, cool.
And so it's kind of this boat going down the Nile, and it's a really neat effect. And so now we're going to go to the pre-recorded video of the show from 2000, Music of the Nile.
Hey, welcome back. So you just witnessed Music of the Nile, and that was Martin's freshman year.
2000.
Yeah, cool show. Very cool show. So I want to remind you guys about that number. That is 931-222-4THS or 4847. Please get those donations in. And don't forget the next 10 people. I don't know how many we've had at this point. The next 10 people that come in and donate $50 live in person at the studio will get one of these lovely Tullahoma Band hats right there with our Tullahoma spike on it. So,
And just so everybody's aware, we have upgraded. We are no longer on water. We're on caffeine because obviously with the bloopers and my faux pas, we need something.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
hopefully that'll help the process. And let's move right along so that we don't have to talk too much.
So we're going to take it back now to another historical video. This one we aired a little bit earlier in the day. We thought it would be great to show this one again. Gives a little bit of perspective of the history of Pearl Harbor. And this one's called Reflections on the USS Arizona.
When the Arizona Memorial opened, you lined up on the pier in one line. While waiting and going out there, especially on the way in when I got there, I had goosebumps about 6 inches high on my arms.
Yeah, I don't care how many times I go there. When I step on that platform, it sort of breaks me up. Every time. And I've gone out year after year. And, I'm going out this year, 7th of December. And it's just one of those things.
I've gotten to a point where it's almost too much to go there. It's a place that is like no other. It's wonderful and yet it's so sad.
I just think of these guys that trapped down there, couldn't get out, and what they gave up, you know, and how they really tried to do their best under the horrible circumstances to help their buddies and to try to save themselves. Just like the song says, remember Pearl Harbor? We'll remember.
There's an emotional feeling because of the men that are there. And I'm proud of them. And I always try to read all the names when I go there. And whenever visitors come to Hawaii, that's the must. You must visit the Arizona. They must remember.
So I've gone on the memorial there, and I looked out there, I see all the names, that 1,177 names. And I know down below on the ship, there's 900 of them. I get touched. They didn't have had a chance. And that's where they are. Life's terminated. It brings, excuse me, it brings tears to my eyes. And this is one thing I try to impress the people that visit out there. You're going out there, pay respect to these youngsters that never had a chance. And I believe their spirit is there about that ship. I feel it.
Hey, welcome back. So, very powerful video you just witnessed, and we're glad we got to show that to you again. So,
Just a
donations.
reminder.
I want to get that number out there again, folks. Get those donations in. It's 931-222-4THS or 4847.
TullahomaBand.org, PayPal, link on the right side, sidebar. Come in person. Don't know how many hats we've given away yet. I know there's been a couple of donations coming in, but still the first 10, $50 or more that come here live, you'll get one of these awesome Tullahoma hats.
Yep. So coming up next, we've got another performance from the TMEA concert that the Symphonic Band did last spring. This is Largo Al Factotum from Barbara of Seville with soloist, baritone vocalist, soloist Hugh Russell, who is a good friend of ours. We made contact with him about 6 months out from that concert, and he was more than excited and willing to be a part of that experience with us, and he did an incredible job. It was a very unique experience for our students. We had a special group called the THS Chamber Winds that you'll see here on this video that performed. They spent countless hours after school, extra rehearsals, getting all this together. Getting a wind group together with a soloist of any type like that is very, very difficult, and it takes a lot of time and prep. And so we hope you enjoy all of that, and you'll get to see that.
The cool part for me is I was standing backstage right as this started, and when Mr. Russell started, he starts backstage, and you'll see this in the picture, and I was standing right next to him, and it kind of caught me off guard. I almost wanted to say, hey, you're supposed to go out there. But you'll see he's in the theatrical mode the entire time, which is great, and he's a world-class, nationally sought-after soloist, so we were very fortunate that he was there too. And people talked about this specific number for a while afterwards.
Yeah, this one was pretty powerful. So here is Largo Al Factotum with soloist Hugh Russell and the THS Chamber Winds from our performance last spring at TMEA. everybody, welcome back. So we hope you enjoyed that performance of the THS Chamber Winds and our guest soloist. So we're going to turn it over now to our flute choir, and we've got a lot of students involved in this. We have Alexis Mullins, Rachel Bogert, Kelsey Burt, Joanna Humbird, Paige Bond, Chloe Coster, Sylvia Garcia, Gracie Ponder, Mary Grace Grady, Kennedy Butcher, Haley Crawford, Maddie Parker, and Carmi Diaz. Their instructor has been Ms. Jessica Donovan, our flute instructor here at Tullahoma, and they've got a couple of different pieces they're going to perform for you today. So we hope you enjoy the Tullahoma High School and Middle School Flute Choir. All right, welcome back. Didn't the flutes do a great job? Let's give them another round of applause. And we want to thank Alec Yin. He sat in and played piano on that, and I did not mention his name earlier, but we want to thank him. He did a great job also. So we are joined live here with State Representative Judd Matheny. He's come in to give us some comments, and we're going to ask him a few questions about the band. So, Judd, you are a 1988 grad of Tullahoma High School, and during that time, what did the band mean to you as a student of Tullahoma?
Well, I always had great affection for the band. Unfortunately, I never was in the band. I never have had much of a musical talent or an inclination. That's why I'm so proud of my daughter. She's in the band now, Abigail Matheny, and I don't know where she gets it from, but very proud of her. And she keeps a very busy schedule, but it has really helped open a lot of doors for her.
Yes, absolutely.
And helped fully round her as a student and as a person both. And she has her best friends are in band.
That's cool.
Without a doubt.
Well, she's a great kid, and we love having her as part of the program.
She loves being there.
So I don't know if you heard before that the band is considered the ambassadors of Tullahoma, and in what way do you think the band serves as ambassadors of Tullahoma?
Well, all the pomp and circumstance that comes with a band performance of the caliber of Tullahoma High School Band is a great ambassador for any community.
Thank you.
And I mean, we show up and we're spit shined, and we have a terrific show, and we turn a lot of heads, and folks know we've been there.
That's cool. So, as you well know, we are running this telethon today for raising money for our trip to Pearl Harbor. Have you yourself ever been to Pearl Harbor?
I have not. And I'm a military historian, and I'm envious of my daughter being able to go for sure, and may end up going with her. But I would encourage folks to lend a hand, try to give all they could to help the Tullahoma High School Band go to Pearl Harbor. Not only are they going to have a great experience as students, but a great chance to build camaraderie and lifetime memories that are going to last forever, and a great time, a great opportunity to see a pivotal point in the nation's history. Really lets your patriotism, very somber event, but at the same time will fill you full of national pride, I'm sure.
Well, thank you. Well, Judd, thank you so much for coming in. Folks, we are still taking donations live. Our number again is 931-222-4THS, or that's 4847. And we also still have PayPal going on live on our website. So visit tullahomaband.org. You can pay with credit card there through PayPal on our website. And thank you again, Judd. We appreciate it coming in. And
thank you. Y'all have done a great job.
Spending some time with us.
LightTUBe's done a great job, everybody.
Thank you, thank you.
Beautiful set.
We're going to turn it over now. We've got some news clips from, many of you remember the Lights Out incident that happened a couple of years ago with our headliner show, and we've got some news clips that were featured around that time of what happened, so we're going to turn it over to those clips now.
Power outages can happen from time to time at high school football stadiums like this one, but this power outage at Coffee County Central High, this was no accident. Last night was the big coffee pot game between rivals Tullahoma High and Coffee County Central High. However, the football team wasn't the highlight of this game. Channel 4's Haley Mason has a story.
That's right, Alan. It was senior night at Coffee County, so the halftime shows for the bands would have to wait. But it's what happened after the game with those bands that have hundreds of people in shock. It's often called the fifth quarter, the show after the game when the marching bands take the field to show off their hits.
We asked them to perform because we really wanted to see their show.
As the Tullahoma High School marching band made their way into the spotlight, the stadium went black.
I think ultimately the students that did that thought it would shut us down and we would leave.
It turns out a couple students from the rival school flipped the switch.
Went out in the field and asked them, can you see? Yes, sir. Do you think you can play? Yes, sir. Do you want to? Yes, sir. And so we went, and it was amazing.
But that wouldn't stop the Tullahoma show. resilience and pride, the band marched on in the dark.
The stadium was full of cell phones, open cell phones with their flashlights and just the lights.
Just all the energy from everybody on that field saying, we can do this, and we did, and it was amazing.
Despite the rivalry between the athletic teams, the bands say they have a great relationship.
We performed after them. They turned the lights back on for us, which I thought was still pretty disrespectful, and I felt pretty bad.
The bands took what could have been a negative experience and displayed true sportsmanship.
Both bands went down to the field afterwards and basically had a huge celebration. You know, certainly with respect for each other.
I was just really excited we got to do it, even if it was in the dark.
And I hope that their band is able to forgive us, because that was none in any way our band's fault.
Tullahoma is forgiving while celebrating an accomplishment they won't soon forget.
We marched those last 2 songs on a dark football field, and we killed it. It was probably one of the most amazing moments of my life.
I don't think I ever will have another experience quite to parallel that one.
It was the last performance of the year for the Tullahoma High School Marching Band, and tonight a lot of people are talking about how they handled a pretty unique situation after school officials say supporters of the other team tried to stop the performers in their tracks. Good evening, everyone. I'm Shannon Royster. Tullahoma had just beat Coffee County Central High's football team in a heated matchup last night when Tullahoma's band took to the field to perform their marching show. News Channel 5's Jason Lamb tells us what happened next. And Jason, this video is quite popular tonight, right?
It really has gone viral, Shannon. And no doubt emotions were high after the game in Coffee County. And school officials say that led to what happened during the Tullahoma Band's performance. You'll see that in a second. But new at 10 tonight, it's how the band responded to what happened. They got an even bigger reaction. At the end of the school day Friday, students at the Tullahoma High and Coffee County Central High football game had every reason to believe their lessons for the week were over.
This was a pretty high-tension game.
The coffee pot game, as it's called, would be a way for students to enjoy their time off.
Coffee County really needing this win. We needed this win to go into the playoffs.
Tullahoma won, but the greatest play on the field might have come after the game ended.
Fortunately, one of the parents who videoed the show actually captured the entire show.
The Tullahoma Band was in the middle of their marching show when school officials say 2 people supporting the Coffee County football team did something that might be nicely described as unsportsmanlike.
If I remember correctly, that one went off first, and then that one, and that one, and then that one.
It was weird just seeing all the lights go out and people with flashlights running frantically all over, band moms going everywhere.
Faced with a challenge the Tullahoma Band had never faced before, the band remembered something their director had taught them.
You always just keep going with it. No matter what adversity, just do what you do.
Within just a few moments, they continued their performance completely in the dark.
Dealing with a stunt meant to trip them up, the Tullahoma Band never missed a beat.
I thought it was actually really exciting just to be able to say that we rocked it in the dark and to be able to kick some butt.
It's true, formal classes had already let out for the day.
We always rehearse, rain, sleet, or snow, and no lights.
But who's to say you can't learn a lesson on the football field, too?
We perform with no lights now, so apparently that can't stop us anymore either.
Well, the Tullahoma Band director tells us the 2 Coffee County Central High students caught cutting the lights have been identified, and the school system is dealing with them. Shannon.
So there's definitely more to come to this.
That's right.
All right. Thanks so much, Jason.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here
is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Hey, folks, welcome back. Want to remind everyone of that number to call, 931-222-4THS or 4847. Get those donations in, because remember, those donations make us smile.
Caffeine.
Yes,
Caffeine.
we've moved away from water now. Have caffeine. That's good. Yeah, long day.
It has been a long day, but
I
it's
think
been a good day.
I think we should loosen our tie just a little bit more. What do you think?
Yeah, it's
we
getting
do
better.
have some jazz music coming up, so
That's good. That's good. That'll help.
more relaxed
That'll help the
atmosphere.
atmosphere.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
We want to thank some of the people that have been calling in and coming in, voting. this is not American Idol, that have been watching and pledging support for these amazing students. Charles King, Keely and Dave Beal, Mike and Susie Young, and then we want to say a big aloha to Miss Dot Couch and thank her for her support and her family's support of this awesome band program.
So we have just been told that we are at $6,410, and folks, we want to get that up to $6,500. So keep calling in those donations. We are very, very proud of our community, and you guys are doing a great job, not only here in Tullahoma, but also around the country. And we've got a lot of people tuning in on YouTube, so make sure you keep calling in. You can also visit our website. We got PayPal on tullahomaband.org, and you can make online donations there.
And that will be an option after the fact. Like we've said, this is going to be rebroadcast and available on YouTube, and you can that PayPal link will stay open for people to be able to pledge their support. Next, we're really excited to be able to feature some alumni.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tullahoma has a long history of a strong marching and concert program, but also extremely strong jazz program.
Absolutely.
And that's in the 70s, 80s, that we had a really, really kicking stage band, and actually a member of this alumni combo was in one of those. And a cool note, even, we have the son of somebody who was in that 70s kicking stage band. So it's really cool. We're going to have our alumni jazz combo. Made up mainly of alumni, but we have one special guest. Alumni include Will Phillips, Joey Blackwell, Will Phillips on trumpet, Joey Blackwell on trombone, Michael Todd, our percussion instructor on drum set, Charlie Hickerson, our fabulous English teacher, and he's playing bass with this alumni group, and then local music teacher Lisa Maurer is going to be playing piano with the group.
Absolutely.
And we're excited to feature them. They're going to play some jazz tunes. It'll be relaxed. Hopefully you'll be tapping your toe and maybe dancing in your living room or wherever you're watching. We're going to hear Autumn Leaves, Nika's Dream, Impressions, Stella by Starlight, and Blue Monk. And it's jazz, so, you know, they might throw in something else, you never know. And let's turn it over to our alumni jazz combo.
NBC newsroom in New York. President Roosevelt said in a statement today that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, from the air.
Here is the motion picture record released by the United States Navy of the havoc wrought by the Japs' sneak sky and sea raid on Pearl Harbor.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh, wow. How many hours?
A few.
Whew, man. But, man, some great performances today.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, this has been really, really cool. I want to thank the Jazz Ensemble again for coming in, the Alumni Jazz Group. Really, really cool.
And, yeah, you know, here we were in the studio, we saw a lot of toe tapping and even some dancing.
Mhm.
We won't say who was dancing.
A little bit.
I did too.
You didn't, yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. We're glad that was not on air. Another blooper for the blooper reel. But the Jazz alumni combo, it was awesome. It was just really cool.
Yeah, very cool. Got a few more individuals to thank. Ashley Crane, Carrie Ann Kinkle, Susan Finger, Andy Stallings, Brock Collier.
Samantha Sutton and Zane Sharp. We want to thank LightTUBe for all this support. But yeah, let's give a round of applause for LightTUBe right here. To have a local company that supports the band program like they do and help us put on something like this is, you know, we couldn't do it. Randy Brewer here at LightTUBe, Chris Reddycop here at LightTUBe. Let's give another round of applause for these two guys. It's been... The audience hasn't gotten to see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, but this has been the most professional and well-organized, oiled machine, and that's been LightTUBe's work. We appreciate P-Head for rebroadcasting this for us through their channel. All the parents. I mean, this day has been
tons of parent volunteers. Yep,
yeah,
absolutely.
This day has been put together by them.
Yes, would not happen without all that support from all of those individuals involved. Thank you again to all the students that performed today and all the past alumni that were featured in this. So. We are going to go now, I believe, to our slide for a grand total, $6,925.
Yeah,
all
let's
right.
give it. That's awesome.
Very cool.
And the cool thing is the online donation will be available beyond this.
Absolutely.
And so if you want to help these kids meet this amazing goal of doing this historic trip, taking this historic trip and going back to Pearl Harbor, donate. Go on TullahomaBand.org.
So thanks again to everyone. Martin, it's been fun.
Justin, it's been great.
Hopefully we'll do this again soon.
Not too soon.
Not too soon, no.
Maybe a year.
Okay.
Since we called it the first annual, you assume.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can call something a first annual and then not do it potentially again.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to some people.
Yeah, we will, definitely. All right, so thank you, folks. We appreciate you tuning in today, and thank you again for all those donations. And like he said, continue to check our website. We have
in.
We have two more right at the last minute here. We'd like to thank Mr. Hensley, gave a donation. Thank you very much. Atticus Hensley and
Stacy Cotter.
Stacy Cotter.
You know, I think we've thanked the parents, we've thanked LightTUBe, we've thanked a lot of adults involved, but we need to make sure we thank these students for giving these great performances, handing out flyers, the people that simply made sure that our cups were full all day long.
Ooh, running low.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you to all the students. They've been like professional young adults. And
yes, absolutely.
That's how they are the ambassadors of Tullahoma. They represent us, and they represent the program very well. So let's give a studio round of applause to all of the students involved.
We just hit 7,000.
7,000. We made it 7,000. Woo!
Very cool. Just hit 7,000.
And the tie gets a little looser.
Yep.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in and supporting your Tullahoma Band.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great rest of the weekend, and we look forward to giving you many more community performances and hopefully right back here very soon.